pressure. Nah, I ain't feeling no pressure. No, I ain't stunting her, man. She wanna get on top shit, I'ma let her. Come in. With this street code, I abide by to the letter. It's just me against me, I ain't feeling no pressure. There's no hoes barred with the shit, nigga, everything gon' go. Hoes come to see me, I miss a heart and hustle up with the flow. I used to stand in the crowd, but now I'm the star of the show. My 10 in the field of play, I know you niggas looking down at my toes. I'm only smoking no pressure, I'm digging graves with the shovel. Just like Pac in my nigga bags, you should know Liddy be a rebel. They watch the corner for a stat, watch out. My little nigga be the lookout. You broke that shit embarrassing, like the drunk uncle watch the cookout. My 10 down, you got a foot out. I fuck my bitch, never pull out. A bitch drowning my drip flicking, she gon' feel the stain from my wrist. You disrespect on that click, I put the tech on your lips. No handouts, they gon' go get it litty, cut a check for a quick. No pressure, nah, I ain't feeling no pressure. No, I ain't stunting her, man, she wanna get on top shit, I'ma let her. With this street code, I abide by to the letter. It's just me against me, I ain't feeling no pressure. There's no hoes barred with the shit, nigga, everything gon' go. Hoes come to see me, I miss a heart and hustle up with the flow. I used to stand in the crowd, but now I'm the star of the show. My 10 in the field of play, I know you niggas looking down at my toes. I ain't feeling no pressure, I do this shit in my sleep. I treat the hoes like a dog, while the bitches on a leash. I open up my palm, then tell the niggas come and eat. I got a kiss in my hand, can't tell me I ain't no peace. Lady counting his blessings, know he put me up on this level. My praise is up to the gods, but don't make me turn into a devil. I need to find that screw, cause I know my shit be loose. Went to sleeping on floors, now I'm trapping out of the booth. No pressure, I ain't feeling no pressure. No, I ain't stunting her, man, she wanna get on top shit, I'ma let her. With this street code, I abide by to the letter.
Snippet from the Thomas Legacy Telegram group featuring our securities broker, Troy.
That's why it's so good to have someone that's in our world in this group. Y'all don't understand how good that is. Like, went through the certifications, actually in that world, does the trade. Like, y'all don't understand how important that is. You know, because it gives us best of both sides. It gives us this side, and also gives you the other legal corporate world side. You see what I'm saying? It gives you both sides of the spectrum to look at it from, instead of just looking at it for one spectrum and then trying to figure out the other side with it. Yeah, so that's always a plus. Once again, appreciate you, Troy, for you don't have to do it. Dan sure don't got to be here. So we definitely appreciate anything that you can share with us, anything that you can do. We definitely appreciate it. And I'm going to pin that class Troy had in here with the I think it was last year with the credit report and credit score. He did a hell of a presentation. I'm going to repin that video to this class, to this group. It was a hell of a presentation about credit score application. It was a hell of a presentation. So I'll be pinning that too. So y'all have access to that video. It was actually in here already, but I'll repin it. So it'll be at the bottom at one of the latest entries. Now,
if you are interested
You're rocking with the best.
what's up, y'all? What's going on, man? What's good? What's good with the new culture empire, man? All my empire lights and empire lets. Let's go, man. We building this culture brick by brick, foundation by foundation, y'all. All day, every day. The grind doesn't stop. The grind doesn't stop. The grind doesn't stop. Investments, savings, smart investments, income producing assets, things that will allow us to be self-sufficient, because self-sufficient is the best position. There's nothing like being self-sufficient. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Realistic Vibes, the lovely, the beautiful. Y'all check out Red Lipstick Vibes, man. The lovely, the beautiful. She has a very nice channel, and she's part of the Untouchable Nation, y'all. So y'all go ahead and check out Red Lipstick Vibes. Y'all know, man. Y'all know, you know it's y'all. Whenever you got the red lipstick on, you know what time it is. Yeah. I'm a little tired tonight, though, y'all. I ain't gonna hold you. I was gonna go to the office and let y'all see the little layout and the nice little lounge with the fireplace and all that. But I'm a little tired, man. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm a little tired tonight. But we still gonna get through it. We still gonna get through it. May not be on here for too long because I got another busy day tomorrow. Definitely may tap back in tomorrow. I got to check and see what's going on out there. But I hope everybody's having a good weekend. If you're going out tonight, be safe. You know, the main goal is to make it back home in one piece. Main goal is to have a good time. The main goal is to, let loose, party. Don't spend too much. Don't spend too much when you wake up in the morning and be like, damn, hold on. When the fuck did I spend that? And you start charging back shit and calling the car company and all. No, you brought it. You were just drunk. You don't remember. You brought it. All right. Don't get too drunk where you're overly generous. Then you be like, what the hell? Did I really pay $24 for 2 drinks? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know. Stay on point. Stay on point. All right. Stay on point. So, y'all, it's a lot of stuff that's been going down lately. It's a lot of stuff that's been going down in other spectrums. And talking to the fellas for real. That's a part of my mob. That's a part of my group. It's part of my Telegram group. That's a part of everything we got going on. It's a lot of stuff that's been going down lately, fellas. And the stuff that's been parading around here in these spaces, of course, you probably understand where it comes from, just based on your experiences in your daily lives. But those of you who've been following me, that's been in my group for a while, been on the Supreme Elite team on the Telegram side, and those of you who I do business with, those of you who I'm in partnership with, those of you who has receipts, who's seen my receipts, who like we know each other and we know what we're about in real life, not just internet shit, in real life. Those of you, what's up, Rich? Those of you who know that, first of all, I've kind of find it, and I try not to get too invested, but I kind of find it like, y'all know what we go over. Y'all know what our mindset is. We are in a space where not too many people can ever say they will get to in their lives. So it's a blessing just to be a part of this space, not particularly my space, but just the space, this whole world, and understanding the corporate aspect and how it plays a role in our lives. Understanding that a simple finance, a simple mortgage, simple credit card, understanding the rules of that game could put us in position where we are self-sufficient. Because being self-sufficient is the best position. And with this increased knowledge, it allows you to lead your wife effectively, lead your kids effectively, and start doing things for your community. I have kids in college, well, not me personal kids in college, have young people. I call them kids because they're young. They so young. I call them kids. Damn, I'm getting old when I'm calling people that's 22 kids. God damn, I'm getting old. But I got kids in college who I'm going to be teaching financing classes to, and they're already at a university getting their degrees and majoring in finance. So
To highlight what I'm saying, let me just do this for you, just to kind of bring it home. Let me just highlight this for you. That was from it's my young boy, man. Shout out to the Seminoles. I said Florida State University. I mean, Florida University. It's the Florida State University, Seminoles. That was kind of blasphemous when I say he went to Florida. You know, they rivals. Florida State. Yeah. So he got he's in my right to set off class where I teach people from a corporate professional level on the true nature of the transaction that goes down when you get financed, when you purchase a vehicle. More like when you finance a vehicle. And the importance of understanding that is so when you're done with that, the same auto contract that everybody looks at as another bill that you have to pay. See, the understanding after that class is you're going to look at that auto contract as a cash receipt, evidencing your entitlement to the proceeds from your securities transaction. See, that amount right there that you have to pay back, that amount, so it's like total amount when you make all your payments. So the first amount is the finance. The first amount is the purchase price. Then they got the finance charge right there. And then add both of those together. That gives you the amount that you have to pay if you pay it for like 5 years, 66 months. You know how they structure it. That amount right there, the highest amount. See, the right to set off class is going to let you know that those are the actual proceeds that were owed to you at the beginning. Not because I'm saying it, it's because this is just how the game goes from an accounting standpoint, from an advanced accounting standpoint. So that's what I'm going to be teaching those people in college while they're already in school, because they're not going to teach them that at school. They're just not. He's been there 4 years. They don't even get deep into the stuff that I deep dive in. They don't. Which is, I wish it wasn't like that, but you know how the system is. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because along these different specters on YouTube, y'all, because I'm sure I'm not the only channel y'all watch. I'm sure y'all watch a whole bunch of stuff. We always hear the talk about low production, low functioning males. We hear the talk about it day in and day out. And from what I see and hear on a daily basis is that the plight of our Black sisters in this world is solely based on the failures of men. So the way I'm taking it in is, if a man starts to do what he needs to do to be productive, to be an effective leader, all the good stuff that men are supposed to do, then the women who are complaining are automatically going to turn into Cinderella. I mean, it's just a snap of a finger. There ain't gonna be no attitude. There ain't gonna be no back talk. There you go. But that's only if, fellas, the men have to step up and do better. Now, those of you who are in my sector, in my private group, every single one of you take care of your families. Majority of you have your own businesses. Majority of y'all make good money. Majority of y'all don't only take care of your wives, you take care of your kids and you take care of your grandkids. Majority of you do that. Some of you are married, been married. Some of you been the first millionaire in your families. Some of you was the first Black-owned motorcycle shop ever in that state. There's a lot of productive people that are in my group. I mean, and we just not talking about the men, we talking about the women too. Everybody seems to be productive in my group. Everybody I communicate on an everyday basis that I'm doing business with, it seems like they all have kids. They're all taking care of their kids. They're all handling their responsibilities. They're all taking care of their grandkids. They're all taking care of their kids and their grandkids. I'm trying to see, why isn't there any man that's low functioning, low producing, what they call them, Pookies and Ray Rays? Why aren't they anywhere near our circle? Do you want to know why they're not anywhere near our circle? And it's not because I banned them. I didn't ban them. I didn't ban these people. Hell, I don't know who is signing up until we have a consultation. They give me their backstory, but it seems like everybody that I've always talked to in this sector right here, y'all, it seems like everybody has a job. Everybody's working. Everybody's striving, trying to do better, probably just need a little help. It seems like everybody is just doing something with their life. See, that's my reality from what I see every day. Is that to say that they're not low functioning adults out here? Yeah, it's a lot. But why is it during the midst of my day that although there are low functioning individuals out here in the world, why is it that I don't run across them? I don't hang out with them. I don't exchange numbers. I don't go to the bar with them. Why is it so naturally that I didn't have to hold a sign up and say, hey, if you're not being productive, stay away from me? Why is it that naturally in my life, I don't encounter these people and deal with their problems? And I didn't even have to make an announcement about it. Why is that? See, the answer to all the problems that seems to be running prevalent in our communities is the trees don't hang with the grass. The trees don't give it time and attention to the grass, regardless if they started at the same place. You don't see hyenas trying to mate with lions. You don't see a hippopotamus trying to mate with an alligator. You don't see a cat giving birth to dog puppies. If you look at nature, we can learn a lot. You notice how in nature, everything flows on its cycle? Like you don't have to make an announcement. Everything just flows on its cycle. The only thing that makes us above humans, we have the ability to reason. We have ability to think. Animals work more off instinct. Like if you're in the water and the shark is hungry, he's not going to make a difference. Damn, that's not food. That's a human being. If I bite his leg off, it's going to be excruciating pain, could bleed out. They can't make that distinction. They're like, oh, this looks like food. I'm about to bite. Oh shit, it's not food. See, that's what makes us higher than animals. But when you look at it sometimes, it seems like the animals have more sense than humans at some times in place. It kind of, you know, and I'm not going to go down the other path because I could easily go there, but I'm not going to go down the other path. But what I'm trying to figure out is, why is it that everybody that's associated with my group is always trying to learn higher financing? Everybody that's trying to do better, take control of their financial lives, be in the position of power in which they're already in at default at the start of the transaction. We just have to become aware of it and to move effectively. Why is it so hard? Why is it so easy for us to not associate with low functioning males, not to keep them in our circle, not to have anything to do with them. We keep it pushing. Why is it so easy for, and we're talking just about human contact, human interactions. Human interactions are not gender based. We're all humans. And why is it that everybody that reaches out to me are trying to increase their studies, increase their understanding, increase their knowledge? Nobody reaches out to me talking about, yeah, man, I'm trying to do this. Yeah, we hit the club. Yeah, I'm trying to go get that bitch. Yeah, we don't have these conversations. Why is it that everybody that calls, they always purpose driven? They're trying to get something to cop. Why is it every time they call me? Want to know why? Because this is the energy that I put out. This is what I'm mentally on, and it's reflected in my everyday life. This is the frequency I put out to the universe. And the universe, other people who are on the same wavelength, we're going to attract ourselves to each other. That's just as simple as it goes. There's no such thing as me being on a high wavelength, but I keep attracting low-level people in my life. It just doesn't work like that. The wavelengths is different wavelengths. We're on two different frequencies. And I'm not talking about gender specific. This is just basic human knowledge, scientific, universal law. So if this universal law has been spoke about in all religions, hey, what you put out, you get back. Hey, you don't work, you don't eat. You see what I'm saying? You are who you attract. Watch the company you keep. That's all universal law. So why is it that low functioning males, they always tend to be the topic of every conversation? If we're on different wavelengths, why will my attention be on people who's not of the same frequency? Why would the 20% who are deadbeats and low functioning, why do they always seem to get the majority of the attention? Why isn't the conversation about those who are striving, who's trying to do better, who's trying to make an effort every day to do better, taking care of their responsibilities, being responsible, has the ability to lead, has the ability to protect? Why aren't these individuals being talked about? Why do we have to go and we're talking about grown adults, we're not talking about young kids. But why do we always have to go back into the bottom of the barrel to try to pull people up who don't want to be pulled out of their state of existence? Why? And what is the benefit of the men who are productive to speak out against those men? Why do us men have to do that if we're already self-sufficient, doing what we were supposed to do? Why do we have to talk about these men? These men are not on our wavelengths. These men are not on our frequencies. We try to recoup assets over here, recoup proceeds. Why do we have to stop what we're doing, being productive, to go talk about grown men who don't love their mom, disrespecting women, doing this? Why do we have to stop what we're doing and go call these people out? You want to know why these people still exist? Because they're continuing to get the attention. They feed the same behaviors. They feed the same behaviors that they complain about every day. You feed the same behaviors. If you stop mentioning them, you stop focusing on them. If you only focus on you and being the person that you want to be and be the best version of yourself every day, naturally, you're going to attract someone who's on the same wavelength. That person's already going to come. Regardless of education, regardless of income, regardless of any of that, regardless if you think you're a snowflake, who you attract in your life tells a story. It tells a big story. And if that person is not on your same wavelength, then you need to detach. You need to detach. And if you don't want to detach, then you have to accept everything that comes from that experience. But to sit here and try to say, man, no, it's the men you choose to give your energy to. It's the men you choose to be with. It's the men you choose to give your time and attention to. It's the men you choose to reproduce with. It's the men you choose to interact with. It's the men you choose to allow you to hurt you. It's the men you chose. He wasn't responsible when you met him. He wasn't responsible during the relationship, and he wasn't responsible after the baby got there. What you think an irresponsible person, low-level functioning person that normally only think about themselves, would you think they're going to turn into motherfucking Mr. Wonderful just because the baby came into the picture? What you see is what you get. The problem is y'all need to start believing these people when they show you who they are the first time. Trust them to be them. Oh, I ignored it. No, that's your problem. You ignored it. You swept it under the rug. You were to get your better judgment. Why did you go and get your better judgment? For the same reasons they like to accuse other people. Lust, sexual urges, physical. It's all the same thing. It's just two different coins, two different sides of the same coin. These people are who you chose to have the experience with. You can't blame those people or men who act like them when you're choosing to give your energy to. And I don't care what anyone says. Nobody is going to change just because you change. Nobody is going to, I do a complete 180. That doesn't mean these people over here are going to change. Everybody's so focused on everybody else doing the work except them doing the work themselves. Because if you want to be honest with it, they don't think there's nothing wrong with them. They think it's them. They're the problem. I'm nowhere near the problem. Oh, no, not me. Oh, we can't talk about me. No, don't try to put it off on us. We talking about y'all. Like your shit don't stink. Those who are without sin cast the first stone. And y'all, this internet stuff, when you go to those other sectors, y'all, I warn y'all, don't get too engaged, because this is just like the military. This is just like the army. You could be all who you want to be on the internet. I swear to God, there are people, I'm not even going to say the names in other sectors, but I got the drop. They are not who they say they are. I'm talking about lying. I'm man, you know, part of my team had to do some digging on some of the leaders of those spaces who perceives to be a leader who always wants to advise people on how to conduct themselves. Well, my private team did some digging, and boy, the bones we discovered in that excavation, the bones we dug up in that excavation, and I wasn't surprised when I read the report. I wasn't surprised because it's always the ones who come off like they're too fucking perfect, like they're too fucking good, but they always end up having skeletons in their closet that makes them no different from the rest of us who do. But be honest, this is why the new culture empire, we focus on staying self-sufficient. Because if we're not focused on this, we're going to get caught up in all that shit that none of that even matters in real life. Once you understand what's really going on, none of that matters. We let them fight it out over there the second. Hey, I got disconnected. But we gonna let them fight it out over there. We will let them fight it out. Wanna know why? Because we moving on to bigger, better things. We moving on investments. We moving on recouping our proceeds. We moving on getting those assets back in our name. See, we not worried about who ain't doing what. Who ain't doing what? We worried about financial literacy, being in a financial position where we can set the tone, make our rules, and answer to no one but God. We worried about, yo, cut that motherfucking check. Because I'm be honest with you. I'll be honest with you. I don't have those problems that they talk about. I don't have those problems. I don't associate with people like that on a daily basis. I'll be trying to figure out who the fuck are y'all around. It's to the point where there's no such thing as being in the presence of successful black men. Oh, they don't think it exists. Oh, hell no, they don't think it exists. Why don't it exist? Ask them why don't they think that it exists. And if they're honest, if they're being honest with themselves, they're going to say, because of my past experiences, because of the frequency I was on, because of the low level frequency I was on, I attracted that man because of the frequency I was on. You notice that you never ever hear people talk about, damn man, yeah, I broke up with my man. He was making well over six figures a year. He's very responsible. He had his own business. He had a little following. He was actually doing this thing. You never hear about them. Where they at? Where they at? What happened with the relationship with them? Want to know why? Because be honest with you, y'all, a lot of them have never been in those type of situations, never experienced it. They can only talk about what they know or what they're used to. So guess what we're going to do, new culture? We're going to continue to let them live in their experiences. Obviously, it's something that they want to go through. If they keep talking about it every day, let them live, fellas. You don't have to tutor another man to be a dad. You don't have to, another grown ass man who's supposed to be responsible for bearing his own cross. Another grown ass man. Now, we ain't talking about the young people. They're going to need some guidance. But, fellas, another grown ass man. He not treating his mom. You mind your goddamn business and focus solely on you and yours. Those are the only ones that matter.
Those are the only ones. We not speaking out against them. What they call it, the red pill. I'm not speaking out against them. I'm not jumping in nobody's fight. I'm not coming to defend. I'm not doing none of that. None of that. I'm focused on my family and my new culture empire. That's it. You ain't part of that? Oh, the untouchable mob too. You ain't a part of them? I don't care what happens. Wanna know why? Because that's how it's supposed to be. See, I'm not going to give those low lives the attention. I'm not going to give them, I'm not going to put fan on the fire. I'm not going to keep talking about them to give them reasons to keep giving people reason to talk about. I'm just going to act like they don't exist like I do now. I don't care if they come on panels and say some of the most stupidest shit, egregious shit. Put this down, put that down. As long as they ain't putting my people down, who I fuck with, I don't give a damn what they say. Because what this person says is not going to affect my everyday life. So why can't everybody else do the same? I guarantee you those problems will stop. There's more to life. And I'm not talking about content creators. If you're a content creator, this part of how you eat, go do it. Fuck, you need to be streaming 4 times a day, if you ask me, the way YouTube be playing. But if you're not a content creator, you're just consuming, there's more to life than going to work, coming home, jumping in the chat, or jumping on a panel. You know, it's actually more to life, right? You know, there's grass, there's a pools, there's a beach, there's movie theaters. Hey, there's social gatherings. And guess what? You can actually go to the art museum. Guess what? There are business like gatherings and events. Hey, maybe you'll find a different type of man there. But there's a caveat to that because remember, they don't have to change. Who they are in this moment is good enough for any man. You sure it's gonna be good enough for a man who's the CEO of a business making $250,000, $300,000 a year that got options from options as big as the motherfucking what's the name of that food? What's that food? What's the name of it? Chipotle's got a mid option, biggest Chipotle's menu. You really think you know what those type of you know how these men think? You know what these type of actually man that can make sure you don't have to struggle financially. You really think that that man has to get on your page? You think that man has to acquiesce to you? Do you think that man has to make him feel like you're doing him an honor for spending his money on you? You're doing him an honor for being in his presence. See, the problem is once you start talking about those men, see, you're not competing for the men. You're not competing with other men. You're competing with the other women that's around him that want him as well. Because I'll be honest, ladies, don't nobody want a man that no other woman wants. Y'all can talk all this monogamy shit you want, but no, none of y'all want a man. And where every woman looking at him like, ew. Y'all want a man where the girl is like, damn girl, he got a cousin, he got a friend, he got a brother. What's up? Tell him to hook me up with a friend. Ladies, y'all love that. So stop it. We not doing it. On behalf of the New Culture Empire and all 56 people in my group and everybody who's with the Supreme Elite team and everybody I'm doing business with, I'm talking to all the men. Fellas, we're minding our business. We're staying on that higher frequency. We are not jumping in to say, no, 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 no. We are minding our business. We're going to let them fight their battles. We're not going to jump in and fight the battles for them. Nope, nope, no. You want to be independent? You want to be strong? You're going to fight your own battles. I'm not fighting for you. Because guess what? My community is not limited to the black community. My community are those who fuck with me and I fuck with them. And we're here for a common goal. And we're trying to move the culture forward in real life. That's my community. My community is not limited to race. And that's the problem when you don't diversify and expand. You'd be stuck on, because think about it. You can't talk about what you don't know. You can't talk about what you ain't used to. You can't talk about what you ain't experienced. So the only thing that you can talk about is the low level 20% people. That's all you. I've never seen anyone that's in these other sectors ever talk about a man of means. Only to be like, why ain't y'all getting on them? What for what? For what? What we doing that for? What we for what? We ain't y'all motherfucking puppets. You ain't about to use it. You like, yeah, get him, Thomas. Yeah, fuck no. I don't care about no hearts and fire emojis in the chat. I don't come start saying slick shit, all that slick, fast talk, Willie, two-time Tony shit. Just to look down in the chat and be like, hearts. Yay, Thomas. Yeah, thank you. Get him. I don't get my life off that. I don't get my life off that. I get my life on taking down the banks. I get my life on raising my kids. I get my life on being a good husband. I get my life on being a good son to my mom and dad. I get a good life on going to see my grandmother, spending time with her with the time she got left. I get my life on helping people come to the understanding so they can be self-sufficient in the future. I don't get my life off that. That's what I'm saying. We on two different frequencies, y'all. Y'all still worried about these petty old relationships? Well, we taking down banks, finance companies in real life. Fuck, what do you worry about that for? That shit ain't paying us. Me and my trust team about to buy 2 hotels. The fuck we worried about these 20% on the internet for? What? If y'all don't get the fuck on somewhere with that, y'all go fight them. Shit ain't making me no money. I love to get to the bag. That shit ain't making me no money. Fuck, I'm gonna fight your battle for. Dad, you ain't my girl. I ain't trying to get you. I'm cool. I got one already. She the only one I'm fighting for. I ain't fighting for y'all. The fuck am I fighting for y'all for? See, if you had a man, maybe your time would be preoccupied. Y'all just need to go get out, go to a social gathering, go do some wine tasting, just try some new shit, man. Y'all be all right, man. Just not talk about them. They don't talk about y'all. Y'all be all right. You keep talking about this shit, gonna grow. That's all. That's all there is to that. Oh, yeah. This message has been approved. Message has been approved for reproduction. This message has been approved. So we are in the midst of tax season. We are smack dab in the middle of it. We are in the midst of we are at the what's the April? It's about to be April, May, June, July. We are in the second quarter. We are in the second quarter of the fiscal year. Do you know? I noticed something, y'all. I wanted to say this. I noticed something. I noticed something about the tax returns. And this is going to be in my next upcoming class. I'm gonna go and get into in depth about it. But do you realize that when you file your tax return, well, I've been new. I'm just saying, I'm just bringing it to y'all. Do you not know that when you file your tax return, it has the calendar year or the fiscal year? Do you know whatever type of accounting and year that you go by is the time in the year that you file your tax return? See, that's the difference between you putting a duplicate return and having it be filed as an amended return versus you filing it as a fiscal year return. Because if you understand that, and if you was in the right to set off class, you're going to understand the fiscal year return. The every quarter, every 90 days. You know, taxes are paid based on transactions and withholdings. As far as income taxes, it's based on your job, your withholding, or transactions. Do you know that transactions on a fiscal level, they close every 90 days when the banks have to file their reports? Do you know that those transactions close every 90 days? So from a fiscal level, you could be filing a tax return every 90 days on a fiscal scale, on a fiscal schedule. My bad. I know, Mr. Hey, Mr. Wiley, tell me. Mr. Wiley, no, I ain't tripping. We in court right now with Mr. Wiley. I just put the civil suit together for him. Just filed the civil. Well, they filed it. Put it together for it. They filed the civil suit. The bank, we focus on taking down banks. We focus on ending the generational curse. This is what I'm saying. All the other sectors, they talk about ending the generational curse. Nah, we ain't talking about that curse. I guarantee you, the curses that I'm talking about over here supersedes all that relationship shit. I guarantee it supersedes it. I guarantee it supersedes it. I don't give a damn what you are, who you have, what you have. Life is better when you're financially secure. Life is better. I don't give a damn. Well, money ain't everything. No one's saying that. We know there are more important things than money. We know life is more important than money. Stop you. And people that like to go to those extremes lets me know that it's only a few places that they coming from. Envy, poverty mindset, or some inner hatred. Anyone who downplays money, I guarantee you, most people who do that, they are the first ones that'll jump off a cliff for it. You know? So if you understand that, remember, 1040s, that's the 1041, but I'm a tax return use. It's the calendar year or fiscal year. The calendar year or fiscal year all depends on your business structure. And tax returns, taxes, and things like that are due, either at the end of the year or at the end of the fiscal year, either from a job or transactions. Taxes are paid on transactions. With your auto, your mortgage, you get 4 transactions a year. You get 4 transactions a year. The books close every quarter. Why do you think? Okay, so let's say you send them your claim and you say, "Oh, we demand that you set this books off," right? And let's say they approved it, right? Do you know the actual set off is not going to happen until it's time for them to file their own reports, which they file on a quarterly basis? There's no mechanism set up for them to automatically just set off the debt right then and there and send you a letter in 2 weeks. Especially if you're at the beginning of the new quarter, you have to wait 90 days because that's when the transaction closes. But I'm pretty sure the gurus already, well, they're going to start telling y'all this now. They're not telling me that. Like, the new culture is the new study manual in these spaces. We are the new study manuals in these spaces. And you know what's so funny? Somebody took a class from the people across the street and he recorded that shit. Oh man, boy, you should have thought I was teaching that class. Oh man, yo. Oh man, you would have thought out it was that. But one thing you gotta understand, there was just these certain parts that you got to know that they didn't know because started remixing the parts that you're really supposed to know. You're really supposed to know. You're really supposed to know. They didn't know. They started remixing. I said, that's gonna get them in trouble. Oh yeah, yeah. Y'all need to understand, bro. I don't ask for this stuff. I don't search for it. People just bring it to me. People bring it to me. All I do is just collect. I just put it in my files and save it. I may need it. I may not need it. I may need it. I may not need it. We trying to get to dropping $100 grand. We trying to get to dropping 100 grand at one time for something that's going to bring us income. We trying to get to making investments and stuff. We ain't got time for all that other stupid shit. We ain't got time for it. And a few of y'all stuff is already sent off and sent out. All we got to do is just sit back. Nah, more than a few, but all you got to sit back, be patient, and let them process. How long is it going to take? It don't even matter. It's already done. It's already in the air. Move on. Start working on something else. That is going to come back to you when you stop thinking about it. That's when it's going to come to you. When you least expect it, that's when it's going to come. That's when it's going to come. So I'll be dropping. I have a class coming up. I will be dropping the video, and I'll be dropping all that in tomorrow. I will be dropping that. It's going to be a doozy. Actually, it's going to be a good class. Actually, it's going to be very, very important. But I think a lot of y'all need to start looking at that fiscal schedule. You need to start looking at how things operate from a fiscal schedule. You know, the government operates on a fiscal schedule. You know, the banks operate on a fiscal schedule. I think you need to be operating on a fiscal schedule instead of a calendar year schedule. Corporations file 4 tax returns a year. They got their they got their one big end of the year, and then they got their quarterly ones at the same time. Because what they're doing with our proceeds they're counting our proceeds as revenue. When it's not revenue, it's actually the liability. They're falsifying the statements. So once you inform them peoples of no, this ain't what it is. Here's the black and white. This is what it is. They go pull the credit over there and go and hand it back over there to you. See, that's how it goes. There's no secret treasury account. There's no secret trust fund account. There's no secret anything where it's just gonna figure. There's always an account for every little thing at the IRS. They have hundreds of accounts. So while y'all sending these bland ass requests for $500 million or whatever the fuck y'all doing that crazy stupid shit, you realize there's no account there. Okay, let me just say this. There is no account on the books at the IRS with your name on it. The only account is the subsidiary account. That is your tax account. That tax account is just a reflection of what's really going on in another account. Your tax account is a smokescreen. It's just a smokescreen. Those numbers are not even real in most cases. It's a smokescreen. Do you really think the IRS knows how much an employer paid you? Do you really think they know? Let's just do a regular simple 1040 refund. Do you know the only way they know if any money was withheld is if you got your claim ticket, aka W-2? That's the only way they know. That's the only way they know. They may have trillions in their withholding account that just sits there to the end of the year till it's time to refund you. Ain't none of that. They don't know who came from who, which came from what. They're not writing down, all right, this amount goes to you. All right, this amount goes to Tom. This amount goes to Jimmy. This amount goes to Terry. Don't none of that. They don't, come on, y'all. They don't have that written down. The only way they're gonna know is if you're W-2. That's it. That's it. They just look at the claim ticket. All right, let me check that you got a W-2. The employer said they withheld this much. All right, give it to him. They not going and checking their internal records to really know. They don't. Hell, 90% of the money that they withhold from people is not even going to the IRS. It's going to be used to buy more Treasury securities. It's not even going to the IRS. It's not even going to the IRS. IRS, man, you think the IRS give a damn about that withholding? Come on, man. That's the contract with the bank. with the jobs that the banks got, here's what the banks got set up with the treasury. You know, the banks are issuing titles to the United States. They got contractual agreements. They don't have to send that money to the IRS if they're using that money to make loans, investments, and purchase treasury securities. Then they don't have to send the money to the IRS. That's a fact. As a matter of fact, that's an absolute fact. As a matter of fact, I read that black and white, which I already knew that. So they not. So it's not like they actually know. Only thing they gonna know is if your W-2 matched with the W-2 they sent to the IRS. That's it. It's all about matching records. That's all what that shit is about, is matching records. If the records don't match, they're gonna ask you to explain it. If the records match, then that's all there is to it. But the question that I have for everyone is, why are we letting these finance companies get away with making us put down payments down when the money never goes to the finance company? Making us pay on the account that's already technically set off at the beginning. Making, like, coughing up money when they really owe you. Why are we letting them get away with that? Don't you think that's more important than low production and people? Wouldn't that be more important? I mean, wouldn't that be more important? Like, I would think that's more important. Like, hold on, you bum ass. I'll worry about y'all in a minute. Hold on, hold on. You saying what? And they have to document it, report it, so it's not like they can hide it or act like it don't exist. Even in a mortgage, I guarantee you right now, unless you purchase the house outright, I'm talking about just cash money, I guarantee you that 99% of your mortgages right now are not even real mortgages. There's not even a real security interest, meaning the transaction never took place. You just paying on the unsecured debt that was voided from the beginning. You're just paying on, I guarantee you right now, if I really take the magnifying glass and look at those books, you're paying on an unsecured debt. Transaction is void. Transaction never took place, never qualified. Now they got to pay 100% taxes on all the income they collected from the people who they so-called issue mortgages. I guarantee if I look at the books, put my magnifying glasses on, ain't none of these lenders got a security interest. Not a valid one. Not one single iota. I guarantee you. And I don't even have to look far. I don't even have to look far. I swear to God, I don't have to look far at all. 10 minutes. That's all it's going to take. And then they do their accounting manipulation. And be like, oh, yeah, we sold this. Oh, yeah, this revenue. Uh-huh. You sure? We know. I think that should be more the focus than who's low production and not doing. Who gives a fuck when it comes to that? Like, who cares? That's a fact. That's not a guarantee. That's a spoiler. Uncle Rick. Happy Friday, Uncle Ricky. Uncle Rick. Slick Rick. So it's Friday. I really ain't got like I said, y'all. I told you. Listen, fellas, y'all know who y'all are. Y'all know who y'all are. The ones who are productive, the ones who are about their business, the ones who are handling their business, The ones who are taking care of their family, the ones who are taking care of their kids, the ones who are doing what they're supposed to do on a daily basis. I'm not saying you gotta be all rich, but you're making an intent. You getting your ass up to go to work. You're not being lazy. You studying whatever you're trying to do. You trying to be the best at it. We don't have to fight people's battles. We don't have to. Well, why ain't y'all saying something to those men? What they call the red pill. We don't have to say a goddamn thing to another grown man. That shit don't concern me. That's those men' problem. That's what that man got to say. That's what that man did. That's from what that man experienced. Why do we gotta invalidate that? But let's hold on. Let's see if I ask a question though. What's to say that those experiences that they're talking about are not valid? Just like the other side got a First Amendment right to freedom of speech. What's wrong with with them saying what they're saying? I thought we all had the right to speak our minds on here. I thought we had the right, whether you agree with it or not. I thought we had to right, regardless if we think it's some of the most outrageous shit we heard or we totally disagree. That's still people's right. Why do I have to try to say something to them or get on them or do something to them or say this and get on? Why? Why do I have to do it? Like, what? That's not paying me anything. And the problem is, and the reality is, there are a lot of men out here who's had bad experiences with women. There are a lot of men out here whose women purposely kept them from them. I'm not saying there's the majority. I'm gonna give you a real life story. I'm gonna give you a real life story. And I know this girl, and I know she be on YouTube, so I'm not gonna say her name, but I know her personally. She is 35, I think, about to be. And I've known her since we were about 13, 14. So I knew the dynamics with her and her dad and their situation growing up, right? And uh, you know, she her her dad stopped seeing him full time probably like when she was about 5. Middle school wasn't around, high school graduation wasn't around. So she used to really hate her dad. Like he just left me. He abandoned me. But she couldn't understand because before he left, her and her dad had a good relationship. That was daddy's little girl. Didn't know why. So the only story that she got was from what her mom and her grandmother told her. When she started to get older, she said like around 16 and 17, and this is coming out of her own mouth, so I'm not making it up. When she started to see her mom ways, and then she told me she remembered she had a conversation with her aunt. And her aunt used to always say, hey, such and such, get your dad side of the story. Get your dad side of the story. And she'd be like, he don't want to get this like zero the brand. She said, just get your dad side of the story. When you see him, you'll be old enough to make your own decisions when you're 18. Just get your dad's side of the story. And she always used to tell me, I wonder why I always say that. But then she started seeing her mom ways. She started seeing this man come, go. This man come, go. She used to overhear her mom and her boyfriends arguing. And then she admitted to me when she got older and saw him. That's when she was like, hold on. I wouldn't be with you either if I'm seeing the way you acting now. So found her uncle on her dad's side on Facebook. And her dad uncle's like, yo, such and your daughter trying to get out with you. He said, what? What's the number? Got the number, call. He said that man drove 8 hours the next day to come see her. The next day, 8 hours. That damn sure don't sound like a man who don't want to be near his dad. That don't sound like a man who don't want to be shot. God damn it, y'all. Woo! We are in the building. Dollar Washington, Uncle Rick, which OG, you borrow $5 too. I'll pay you back. Nah, dead serious, dead serious. This is a real life story. I know this girl like since like early middle school. Known it, and we always been like her real dad ain't was never around. Like we just knew that dad was never around. She didn't want to talk about it. She used to be mad about it. She used to fight about it. So he drove 8 hours the next day to come see her. Then got the hotel and all that. Now, this is when she's about 22-ish, 22. Because I remember she went to college, but she didn't go to a university. She went to Northern Virginia Community College. She was trying to be I think she's up to a registered nurse. Yeah, she's a registered nurse now, but this one she was trying to be a CNA. Trying to be a CNA. So dad drove 8 hours up here. He moved down way down there, like past Portsmouth. You know, Virginia's a big ass state. Yo, he was down there like down there the North Carolina borderline, like Lee County and all that. He way down there. So he remarried. He had 2 kids, his brothers and sisters. So when his dad came up, when she finally met, of course, then it was tears and cry, all that, you know, all that. He was boo-hooing. He sat down and said this to her. He said, I never left you. Me and your mom broke up. Me and your mom broke up. Relationship couldn't work. We broke up. And he started dating a girl that used to be cool with her mom. I don't know the extent of the relationship. I don't know if I don't know if I don't know if that was her like best friend. I don't know. Say something to be cool. The girl ended up getting pregnant. He told her, your mom was so upset about that. And I was telling her, that ain't got shit to do with my child. I want to see my child. And she said, fuck you, bitch. You will never see your child again. And hung up. He made attempts to go by. She called the police. She would, a few weeks later, she would be like, all right, you could come get your daughter. He'll come to get her. Nobody answered the door. Not home. She ended up moving. Told grandma, don't let her know where he stay. And the daughter, when she was a kid, she overheard her grandma and her mom talking, saying, girl, why don't you let the man see his kids at least for Christmas? No, mom, no. He bought Christmas gifts. And you know what the thing was so funny? That man, after all these years, had the receipts. And she apologized to her dad for hating him for all these years when it comes to find out, because she knew it was true, because she started to see her mom's ways as she got older and how she used to handle men in a relationship. The way she explained it is the same women that I know in my family, the same a lot of women I know in my community. It's all domineering, very disrespectful out the mouth, trying to be over aggressive, get mad, hit below the belt, or at least try to hit below the belt to get you out of your square to do something crazy, and then they'll use that reaction as a reason why they don't fuck with you no more. Never mind the fact that they actually triggered it. They triggered it. Oh yeah, she said my mom used to talk to her boyfriends crazy, but she noticed that her mom she could never keep her, and then her mom started with her. They started butting heads. I mean, I believe so. You ain't no man around. The only one less you gonna start shit with is the ones who's closest to you. So her mom started becoming miserable. I mean, she started becoming miserable. And come to find out, all these years later, this is the true story. She approached her mom like it, and her mom had the nerve to cuss her out and say, I'm your mom. I had to do something. If it ain't mom, you lied to me. You kept my dad from me. So what? I did what I had to do for us. Yeah, just so what? I had to do what I had to do for us. So what? See, but look, this is the key point. She said, so what? Hold on. So what? And you come up if you want. She said, so what? And I'm looking at like, hold on, man. I thought these decisions that are being made are supposed to be made in the best interest of the child, regardless of our feelings. See, this is one of the things that come when you have kids, adults. It's not really about what's best for you, it's what's best for the child. And this is why it's always important, even if you're not in a relationship with the mom and dad anymore, is always important to have some type of level of, continuity, some co-parent, don't want to hate each other too much, because it's not a bad look for the child. But one thing that I noticed that what always happens is the child is always used as a pawn in the plot of these adults when they're in moments of disagreements, discourse, when there's moments of strife, moments of envy, moments of anger. I notice how the child is always being used as a pawn, and the child is being used as a scapegoat to cover up the true intentions of one's actions. I've noticed that much. Shout out to CA, Mr. Carl Anderson. We appreciate you. The new coach of Empire definitely appreciates you for that super duper. And always remember, man, you will always,
You're rocking with
always,
the best.
always. And I've noticed that. And notice how I'm not really saying that was just one instance that I gave, but I'm really talking about adults and period. No matter what the situation is, it's always the child that is being used as a pawn in the plot. And another thing that I noticed that kids are always treated as one person's like property, like their personal property. Not for real. Like you notice that you never really hear anything about the kid or putting you on child support. I'm not paying. Is you'll sometimes you'll see this. Well, you don't beat me no more. Fuck that. I ain't doing nothing for the kids. It's like you see what I'm saying. It's that conditional. Like I got to do something for my child. Is if you got to be with me. Oh, you don't want to be with me no more, so I ain't doing nothing for the child. Or you'll see that. Hold on. You got a new girlfriend now. Well, I'm going to try to sabotage your relationship by putting you on child support. Regardless if you're already taking care of your kid or not, I'm gonna put you on child support anyway. Because I want to break up what you have. I want to cause problems with what you have over there because I'm upset and in my feelings. But we're supposed to go and say, you 20% low level men. And hold on, think about it. We're supposed to be like, hey, y'all, stop talking about. Why? Why? Why do we have to stop? Why do we have to stop being productive to address men who get the same 24 hours that we get? They get the same 24 hours in a day. Just because these men, whatever that sector, they don't want to talk about the kids or they want to blame women for everything. Guess what? I may not blame women for everything. I may, I wore the shit. I did what I did to get in trouble. I got to wear that shit. But that doesn't mean I got to go and start passing judgment on them. Like, I'm no better. Who the fuck? It's like people think they're better than everyone. God gives, God can take it away in a heartbeat. That's why people like you over. But that's why I don't be tripping off that shit. I don't trip off that shit because I know you can have it today, you can lose it all tomorrow. I've been almost a decade straight without nothing. I had nobody. All I had was myself. And I had to survive in the land of the jungle. Had to survive. Had nobody coming to save me. Like I've been without nothing for 8 years straight. Christmas, birthdays, nothing. So that detachment shit, I have no problem with it. Like I can have it all day today and I can lose it all tomorrow. That's life because I already been without. It's not gonna be a culture shock. I've already been reduced down to a number, treated like an animal. I've already been there, done that. Already been through it. Setbacks ain't that shit ain't nothing. Shit that people complain about every day in life. I'm like, shit, y'all complain about that? Shit, you good. Did you wake up this morning? You good. Are you breathing? Shit, you good. Is your brain working? Shit, you good. You got your eyesight? You good. You got your limbs? You good. You good. You good. Everything else you got to start maneuvering. But at least you got the most vital functions to, get you through there. Like a lot of people that complain, y'all, do you think that they was terminally ill, only had 6 months? Do you think any of this shit would be an issue? Do you think any of this shit would be an issue? Do you think any of this shit today would be an issue? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. None of this shit would be an issue. And this is the part that I'm trying to get. But see, a lot of people don't like me, and it's okay. You don't have to like me. I don't expect everybody to like me. Some people not gonna like me. Everybody's not gonna like you. And you should not live your life trying to be liked by everyone. Be yourself, be authentically you, and those who like you gonna rock with you, you rock with them. Those who don't, that's their personal preference. They don't have to like you, they don't have to like me. I'm not gonna make you like me. If you fuck with me, I'll fuck with you. Even if I don't fuck with you, that don't mean I gotta be mean and nasty towards you just because you exist. See, that's the bullshit I see every day. Just being nasty for no reason. Okay, so what? You don't like someone. Okay, but then you got to go out your way to let them know you don't like them. But we're supposed to say, low level men, stop doing this when y'all are displaying the same low level traits that you accuse them of doing. How dare you try to get the mote out of my eye and you not even paying attention to the speck in your eye? Be last to judge unless you will face the first judgment. How the nerve how the nerve did these people to point their fingers at other people and expect not to have 5 more pointed back at you? You expect not to have 5? It ain't about the numbers. It ain't about the numbers, Dan. It's about it's about what I'm saying. I'm saying real life shit. I don't care if it was 2 people here right now. It's real life shit. It's real day, everyday shit. And I just don't like the hypocrisy that goes on. I mean, you cannot complain about the language, the words being disrespect if you're doing it too. When it comes to these panels, and unless you're an elder, because I got respect for my elders. I ain't gonna take it there with the elders because I respect my elders. People that's old enough to be my mom, my dad. Old enough to be like my aunt, and okay, I give them that's because that's how I was raised. So cool, you got it. Because I'm not about to go back and forth with someone that's twice my age. I'm just not. That's nah. That's just me though. But when it comes to people that are my age, respect is earned regardless of gender. There's no preferential treatment just because you're a certain gender. Respect goes both ways. There's no demand respect on my end and then you decide if you like me or not that you're going to respect me. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. because you wouldn't do it with that white boss. You won't do it with that white boss that's paying your bill, cutting that check. You ain't gonna do it with them. And all people gotta do is just like you, and they're gonna overlook all your flaws. They're gonna overlook all your hypocrisy. They're gonna overlook all the hypocrisy. All they have to do is like you. That's all they got to do is just like you. They're not going to point out none of the bullshit. They're not going to point out none of the direct contradictions. And they're even going to protect you from others who's keeping it real. You ever notice? Let me tell you something. Let me show you something. I watch all this shit, man. I watch all this shit. I just see it all. I see it all. And I don't lean to the men's side. I don't lean to the women's side. I call a ball, a strike, and I'm a straight shooter. If you're wrong as a man, if you ask me if you're wrong, I'm gonna say, yeah, I ain't gonna say no just because you a man. If you're wrong as a female, I don't give a fuck if I like you or not. If we cool or not. If you're wrong, yeah, I think you're wrong on this one, and this is why. Hey, that's just my opinion. Yeah, don't get mad at me. And that's the thing. Everybody always, what do they always say? I want a man who's honest. I want a man with some self-respect, self-dignity. You know all the traits to say, you know, a lot of people want in a man. But guess what? Those are the men they hate the most. You don't want a man that's 100% honest. You don't want a man that's 100% honest. Baby, how do I look in this dress? It ain't look too good. Your gut hanging out a little bit. Babe, you like my hairstyle? Nah, you should have got another one. You look crazy in that. Babe, was it good last night? Nah, babe. Sex is kind of getting boring. You don't want that type of honesty. You don't want that type of honesty. Oh, you say you like a man that's honest. You didn't say to what level. See, won't you say, hey, I want a man who's honest, but not too honest to the point where his honesty hurts my feelings. See, you gotta, come on. I thought we was, because you like a man that's honest. Say we get in a relationship later on, you ask me those questions and I answer them honestly, you're going to be mad at me. Oh, I thought you like an honest man. Hell, do you even know what you want? You want a partnership. Partnership is like kind of like 50-50 thing. Okay, the mortgage is 2310. You need your 1500 and some change every month. Huh? You're supposed to be the man. You're supposed to be the leader. You're supposed to be the provider. You notice how that leadership, that provider shit is, it's like a they use it. It's like they manipulate the true meaning of it and only want to insert it when it's beneficial. But when it goes to anything about some type of authority, some type of structure, now I want to be partners 50-50. I don't want no boundaries. I don't want you ain't my dad. Hold on, that's too controlling. Do you know we have fallen so low as a race that we let other races' problems infiltrate us? The feminist movement that was started in the 70s by white women. That was a white women's movement. What do our sisters do? They take it and then they run with it. And while the people who was pushing that feminist movement, because all it was you had to downplay marriage until later in life, getting married young. Because, you know, back in the day, y'all, we went to college to find our husbands and wives. Women went to the military to find their husband there. And then they come home and marry each other, the ones who actually did go. So back then, it was always about finding a husband, finding a wife. Prime example, if let's say this is 1962 and a 17-year-old girl, 16-year-old boy, same age, teenagers got pregnant. The dad was walking him to the daughter's house. The daughter's dad was coming to the parents' house. They were going to the courthouse and getting married. You know, having children out of wedlock was some of the most shamefulest things that you can do back then. Shout out to the one. Y'all get like the one, man.
You're
The one
rocking
always
with
holding it
the
down.
best.
You know that was shameful for us back then? But did you also know that while they was pushing that feminist movement, they was going back home to their husbands? So why was the feminist movement even pushed? Because when the business went to the government back in the late 60s, early 70s, they went to the government corporation like, yo, it's not enough just for the men to be in the workplace and the women staying home, because the country started evolving, the ecostructure, things started changing after World War II. As you can see, when he passed the Reconstruction Act, the Bank for Finance and Reconstruction and all that, which a lot of jobs, corporations started building up, it wasn't enough for them, because the men were in the plants, men were doing, the dirty work. So these companies that started popping up late 50s, 60s, 70s, it wasn't enough men to do it. So who did they need to get up out the house, out of the traditional role? Who did they need? They needed the women. So what is the first thing that you have to do is to get them to buy into it, is to make what was a tradition, which worked for years, make it a bad thing. And what's the first thing they start attacking? Marriage. Second thing they start attacking? Children. To the point where hold marriage off until later on in life. Look at them today. I ain't getting married till I'm 30. I ain't getting married till I'm 35. Shit, I get married when I'm 40. Like, you can control that. You got a crystal ball? You got an A ball? Shake that motherfucker up. Let me see it. But the ones who were the puppet masters behind it, they go home to their husbands every night. Now look at this today. This movement just come and hijacked everything. We just, I swear, young, for some reason, why do we always are looking for some type of identity? Whether it's in a book, we always got to join some type of movement. We always got to fight battles that don't originate within us. It's always something. We always got to be a part of something. That gender war, that didn't start in the black community. Shit, in the 60s and shit, we all we had. We had nobody, we all we had. We was fighting that three-headed monster. We was all we had. Shit, we needed each other. We were all we had. That gender wars. Now look at it. Just hold on. Just sit back and look at it today. You can't even have a straight conversation talking about adults in general without someone bringing up some type of gender. And what's the number one thing they like to say? These men, these women. It's always about the generality of a man. It's always about generalizing. But you notice that you're never going to say the men I deal with, the men that I chose. You notice how that's always just, it's like you just move it off the record. It's like you omit it. It's like you purposely state these men, but you really mean the men that you choose. You don't want to say that the men you choose, because now it's going to take some accountability. And the accountability, you are better off hitting the mega millions for 3 billion if to find people who's going to hold themselves accountable these days. Oh my gosh, hell no. Oh, it's never their fault. No, y'all, it's never their fault. No matter what happens, they don't do nothing wrong. It's the men's. It's their fault. It's their fault. It's never their fault. They never. I swear to God, bro. They can sit there. Listen, they can. I just will cuss you out just because you disagree. Will sit there and cuss your ass out because you disagree. cut you off because you disagree, overtalk you because you disagree, right? The only one who says something is the one that they're doing it to. Nobody else gonna say nothing. Nobody else is gonna acknowledge it except for the ones who's calling balls and strikes. Pause. Those are the only ones gonna say something. Everybody else, because remember, people are on sides now. And it's sickening. It's a mental illness where you see bad behavior and you're not going to call it out just because you feel like you have to pick a side. And if you're keeping it real, that means that you're on their side and now you don't want to come under attack. But is it part of being a stand-up adult, calling it how it is, being showing some type of character? So you have to not be you to be you in these space. Like you can't be you. And as soon as they get a taste of their own medicine, oh my gosh, the world's about to end. Why you cutting me off? Hold on, I was just talking. Why you cutting me off? I ain't cut you off. I let you talk, huh? But we're supposed to like what we supposed to do? Like what are we supposed to do? Like what? I'm trying to figure out like what are we supposed to do? But have y'all noticed something? I'm gonna point something out to y'all. I don't think y'all noticed. If y'all were being if y'all being real tentative, you ever notice something about these so-called leader? This person is picture perfect, do no wrong, speeches are hits to your soul, knows all the right words to say, always gonna stand up and defend the queens. Always. Always. But something that just always strikes me odd. Strikes me odd. Because apparently they can't do no wrong. But one thing that I've noticed that every time certain individuals supposed to be the leader, they all love him. But you notice that he's always disrespecting women when he talks. How? Prime example. I'm gonna give you some examples. He always points to the natural traits and cycles of women as something negative. You ever notice that? Hey, you're filled with too much estrogen. When you're filled with too much estrogen, you can't control your emotions. You always say that. Men got to stop being filled with too much estrogen because if you're filled with too much estrogen, you can't control your emotions. Well, hold on, let's stop right there. Aren't women naturally born with a lot of estrogen? So basically, that's a natural occurrence in a woman when she has a lot of estrogen in her cycles, that 28-day cycle's filled up, can't control her emotions. Is that the reason why they held to a low standard? Because they can't control their emotions? That's not a positive, regardless of you saying, but you notice that you always points to the negative traits. I call it the duality, but it's being pushed in a negative way. The negative traits of women to disguise how men are acting. Why are you always referencing the other side of the nature of women to reference men? Another example. I had an issue. Went up there to address it. I was direct. I was straight up. I was assertive. And when I was done, he says, "What? Is it that time of the month?" There you go again. You're using, so basically you're saying I was up there bitching and ascribed it, because that's negative right there, but ascribed it back to a woman. So you're saying that I'm bitching like a woman do when they get on that time of the month. You notice it's always using the negative traits of women, but saying you're acting like this. You're not only dissing the man, you are disrespecting the woman. He does it time and time again. It happens every day, always using the negative aspects of women, quote unquote, to say a man is acting like that. That's not a big up to the woman. You're taking an indirect dig at them because you know how they really are. You're basically letting the world know this is how women really act. And everyone who talks like that, I've met them through all my lives. Everyone who talks like there's some type of misandry, there's always some fucking bones in them excavations when we dig it up. It's always something that comes out that's going to shock the fans, but the ones that can see through that shit, they already gonna know what the fuck time it is. They already gonna know what time it is. But you ever notice that? That you go to the most negative parts of women, which are normally just their natural nature of being a woman, and ascribe that to a man. That's not just a disrespect to the man, that's disrespect to the woman. You ever notice that? That you just sit back and watch. It's always going to be something. And if you ever notice something, you ever notice something? Anybody that comes on certain panels and they start giving it advice and start chiming in and tuning in, you notice how some people just gotta try to pick apart and investigate and try to make it seem like, oh, you qualified to talk? Like you're the only motherfucker that's qualified. You ever know? Like I'm telling you, some people they just want to be the center of attention. They don't want no one else getting praise. They don't want nobody else getting the attention. Some people really live for this. Even the ones who think they're picture perfect. Y'all keep your eyes open and just watch. It's all going to reveal itself soon. Especially this report I just got back from my little people's private investigation. All I'm going to say is, man, and I'm not going to speak nothing on it right now. I'm just going to be in my back pocket. But I'm just going to tell y'all this. People are frauds in this space. A lot of people say they all did it. They're frauds. People claiming they own homes, living in apartments. They're frauds. Now, I'm not going to be messy right now. I ain't going to do that. But I read it today. Came back to me today. People be coming on the internet just to lie. But I guarantee you, somebody's going to push me over the edge soon. And I'm going to have one big private live with it. But just trust me. People who claim to be all this and that, that's an image to cover up the reality. The sad news is about it. I know the reality. That's the sad thing about it. And I swear I ain't gonna do all that. I ain't gonna do all that extra shit. But the people that know me, they know that we get people that know me know that we get to it. We ain't gonna be all too much we not gonna be too much, messy, but we will get to it. Everybody, you notice that everybody got assets in these space, everybody got investment property, everybody got a bag, everybody make well over six figures a year. You notice how they all say they make that? Everybody has it. Everybody has it. Everybody makes well over six figures. But you notice how nobody can show their work Nobody's showing their work outside of just being on the panel. Nobody can say, yo, do you have your own group? Are you leading people in real life? You notice that they can never say they're doing that. Like, new culture. Put a one in the chat if you know what I'm talking about. If you the new culture, if you part of the new culture Empire Supreme Elite team, if you're in here right now, am I capping? Put a one in the chat if I'm telling the truth. If I'm capping about what I say, put a one in the chat if I'm telling the truth. Put a two in the chat if I'm lying. Only for the people that's part of the new culture empire, because those are the ones who know me and see me, see me the most. That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do. Trying to find something for y'all right quick. Hold on. So niggas talking about, oh, man, I've been there, done that. Dropped the 100 grand one time before. Like niggas talking about, I heard some people in the chat earlier. Well, it was like last week or something. No, you haven't. Stop lying. I said, damn, just because y'all deal with the lowest of the low, like I gotta be lying about. Like I swear, if they don't see it for themselves, y'all, they'll never see it for you. That's why I don't even try, because the world that we operate from, they not gonna see it, y'all. They can't see it for themselves. So they won't ever believe that you can obtain it. And that is the problem. They don't believe that they can obtain it. So they will never believe that you can obtain it. They can't. They won't. They don't believe they can do it. So they'll never, ever, ever believe that you can do it. But when we say we've been there and done that before in real life, like when we say oh fuck. Shit, it is right there. Hold on, let me see if I can get it. I don't know why that shit so. Let me see if that's better. Oh shit. Hold on. God damn it. Let me take this off. This for the people that was over there. For the people that was over there in the Sharon chat. So y'all can go tell them. So next time I say something, they can stop uh talking to me like the regular old no good people that they used to deal with, because that's all what it really is. It's all hurt. Y'all notice that, right? It's all hurt, bad experiences. That's all it is, y'all. Fellas, you want your shit? Fellas, just know they not talking about y'all. They can't talk about y'all. They can't talk about us. The ones who are hurt, all in their feelings, they're talking about those guys. They're not talking about us. Remember, y'all, they're not talking about us. They can't talk about us. And this is how you know when they really know you hitting on shit in real life. They won't talk shit like that to you in the chat that much. They may give you the occasional shut up, but they won't really talk shit about you. Like, they will never talk about me how they talk to Jay Prince. They can never say what they say to Jay Prince, what they say to me. They know they can never do that. They could never in their lifetime do that. Hold on, let me. I'm gonna find it for y'all. I just had it, but it was just too. They say the it was the picture was too much. But hold on, y'all stick around for a second. I'm about to show you. So just so I could have a witness. I don't like to there ain't no cap in my raps. Like we don't cap. We don't have to cap. I got some more shit from my partners in my group, and I ain't gonna put the information. I ain't gonna put this shit out here like that. But it ain't just me. It's a lot of us in my group that's getting to it. The untouchables getting to it. The problem is what they need to stop doing is stop talking about those 20% low level people, and they need to start fucking with niggas like us. That's who they need to start fucking with. Hold on, y'all. I got it. I'm gonna pull it up. They need to start fucking with niggas like us. The only thing is we not going for that bullshit, or nor are we going for that sucker shit. We not going for that bullshit. We not going for that bullshit, nor are we going for that sucker shit. That's what we not doing. Hold on, it's right here. All right, y'all. So this is what I'm about to do. I'm about to show you, but I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to screenshot it because I'm gonna see if that's good enough. All right, let's see if that's good enough, man. So tell DB in there, man, stop playing with me. Oh man, god damn it. Nigga, tell DB, man, stop. Tell him, man. Like, we did this shit before, man. There you go. Tell him, man, stop playing with me, man. Tell DB and them stop playing with me, man. Shiesty Bum, she don't say nothing to me no more. She keep it, she just like keep it cordial. She don't say nothing to me no more. Robin just gonna be like, shut up, Thomas. But I'm okay with that. I ain't really got no issues with them. Cause I know sometimes they be trolling, but I know they listen, y'all. If me and my partners, let's say I wasn't married, me and my partners pull up, we pull up in our Benz, we pull up in our Benzes or our fucking G Wagons and shit. We pull up on them, man. They hopping in the whip. Y'all be going out tonight, y'all. Oh, they coming. Ain't like it's like JP pulling up on them. We pull up on them, they hopping. They hopping in. They hopping in. They can do all that bullshit they want. They hopping in the whip. They coming. They coming. All that bullshit they talking, yeah. All that shit sound good. All that bullshit they talking, that shit sound good. That shit they talk, that sound good. They say they ain't ran across the one that's really getting people that men in the circle that's getting to it. That's really about their business. But them men ain't going for no bullshit or going for no sucker shit either. That's all. Them men ain't going for no sucker shit either. Them men ain't going for no sucker shit. Them men are not going for no sucker shit. That's what I said. Them men is not going for no sucker shit. We not doing that. Because we don't got to. And we not trying to be on some, or we just trying to take control. We not on that shit. Real men ain't on that shit, man. Real men ain't on that shit. Real men ain't on that shit. Real men is not on that shit. Real men ain't on that shit. That's a fact. Real men is not on that shit. About to get all that recovered. Like that's why they call me, y'all. They call me the teacher's teacher. Now we really teach this shit on the P level. We teach this shit on a professional level. We teach this shit on professional level. Untouchables. Hey, listen. You need help recouping the proceeds from your mortgages, your autos, your credit card debt. We get that shit back for you over here. We teach you the game. We teach you the rules. We teach you the corporate game that they ain't going to teach you in school. They not going to teach you in school. Uh, uh, y'all, y'all tap in with me. ThomasLegacy603 at gmail.com. You got an auto contract. You got proceeds sitting on the books. You got a mortgage. You got an unsecured debt and proceeds sitting on the book. Tap in with me. We do this shit in real life. Tap in with me. We ice cold with the information and knowledge. I'm telling you, it's going to change your outlook on life. You're going to go for thinking, sometimes feeling like you just barely getting by. And you're going to be like, yo, this shit is up this year for me. That's up. You gonna go to thinking that shit is rough to like, yo, yeah, y'all owe me that 75,000. Yeah, y'all owe me that 300K back, and we help you get that shit back. That's what we do. That's exactly what we do. That's what we do, y'all. We go ahead and let me show you. Let me show you. Hold on. Let me show you what we. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Especially if you got a mortgage. You got a mortgage. This is what we gonna do for you. If you got a mortgage, this is what the fuck we gonna do. Cause that's what I normally really talk about on my channel, like financing, accounting, banks and banking. That's my norm. That's my lane for real. That's my lane for real. Like about stuff that happens on other panels. That's not really my lane. Like I really ain't coming to this space. Like I just heard that y'all had this Fight Club stuff. Like I think like last year. I just came to YouTube like 2022. So yeah, I don't know like half the story. So a lot of shit that people be saying about what people do, I ain't gonna sit here and say that it's not true because they said it was the shit that used to happen on Fight Club and all that. So like I said, I wasn't here for that. So I can't really, speak on it. I just speak on the day. But if you got a mortgage, y'all, man, this is what we gonna end up doing for you, man. We gonna have the bank end up saying that shit, satisfaction of lien. We gonna have that make sure that shit is filed. And if we gotta take them to court, we gonna take their ass to court. Yeah, we get. Oh shit. Sorry, y'all. We gotta take their ass to court. We gonna take their ass to court. File a tax return with the IRS. Just sit back and wait for your proceeds. Sit back and wait for your proceeds. Sit back and wait for your proceeds. Oh, ain't shit free though. Just let y'all know now. But untouchable members, y'all get discounts. Just like the new culture members, y'all get discounts. And I do square business. I do good business. Ain't nobody gonna take your money and run off with it. None of that shit. Like we don't do none of that shit. I got people in my group that's been fucking with me for a few years. We don't do that shit. We ain't on that. Some of my group members pull up on me in real life. So I just ain't on no internet. I just ain't on no in some on internet. Like I got like clients and people in my group that pull up on me in real life. And this is the last project that we working on now. This is the last project we working on now, recovering that. We working on recovering something big. We got a lot of big things coming on. And if this when this shit come through, when we recover this, I'ma tell Fatty, I'm Fatty, whatever it need, man. You gotta get the live studio, man. We gonna move you to the States, man. Do the live studio, live in-person studio. Invite your guests there live. Have one big live meetup. Yeah, in person, real life. Yeah, because I think who does that, y'all? I think DJ Hamp does that. I think that's a cool look, man. You get all your followers, everybody meet up live, and everybody, come together, have a good time, probably do like a little trip on a yacht or some shit like that. I'm just throwing some ideas out there. To have it like on a yacht or some shit. And we do some shit like that, so that's what that's what I think we should do. But let me show you one more. Got this back from a. This was from a mortgage proceeds. Hold on, let me see that back. It's down in here. I try to keep all this shit like hold on. It's where's it at? And that's what we do, y'all. We just try to keep pushing forward every day, holding these banks. See, they talking about holding men. Nah, we holding these banks accountable. We holding these scamming ass finance companies accountable. Y'all go watch my videos on YouTube with me with credit acceptance. Go watch my video on YouTube with me talking on the phone with credit acceptance, me talking on the phone with Navy Federal. So there ain't no cap. Put this shit. I call these people like real live. And everything I teach, they be confirming everything I teach. That's why I call it for, my students and my followers, just to let them know like the real life experience on how they act when you know what you talking about, but you play dumb the whole time. Because the object is to let them talk. You don't go there and start making a whole bunch of assertions. Nah, you ask questions that you already know the answer to, then you play stupid and let them talk. They supposed to be doing all the talking. You ain't supposed to be doing all the talking. But this is the last big project we working on right there. This is the project we working on right there. Y'all, I just sent that off. I just sent that off. Yep, you sent that off. Yeah, you recouping those credits right there. That's the one that's going to take us over the top. New culture. That's the one that's going to take us over the top right there. Because, like I said, the partner, when they sent them in, you see what they did? They already put that there. But see, remember about leaving tax liability, all that? But long as you, like I said, the internal IRS accounting, you got to understand how these people work. Because they'll take it there, move it there. As long as you find it there, they going to move it back. And then you got to just go ahead and close the deal. You got to close the deal. Wife we stay on those sprees. I don't necessarily like it, Gucci like that, but that's the shit. That's the shit that we trying to get done and get shit recovered and shit like that and all this other shit that they talking about. We really don't give a fuck because we get to it. We try to get to it every day. We not playing no games. We not playing no games, but let me just. I don't know where's it at, man. I just rose across. Hold on, y'all, because I gotta go anyway. Because wife is giving me that look like, all right, you been on here too long. Supposed to be our time. Supposed to be our time right now. But you know what that really means. You probably want to. Y'all know how that shit go. But yeah, whether you married or not, man, I don't care. And why people always try to use that like to judge somebody. You married? Who gives? I mean, if you are, just because you're not married, don't mean you can't speak on. You probably can't speak on the inner dynamics of it, but I don't think it just disqualifies you just from giving an opinion like on it. I don't think it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that disqualifies you automatically just because you not married. Like because every marriage is different. Some marriages people are toxic towards each other, but they stay together for years and they not going to divorce each other. You see what I'm saying? So what does that mean? That's a mortgage blicky right there. That was a mortgage blicky. I don't know if you can move it. Oh, you can move the screen. But I don't know whether you can see it or not, don't even matter. That was like 300 something thousand. I got more. I got like 199,000, 400 something thousand in here. So yeah, y'all. But we ain't doing too much. We ain't doing too much. If I had more time, y'all, I would let y'all just see all my pictures I got in this motherfucker. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that for let's go live for the let y'all know who I am, untouchables. I'm gonna go through my little picture catalog, man. I'm gonna go through my picture catalog. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go through my picture catalog so y'all can, get a feel. Cause I know some people, I'm still relatively new. I'm still relatively new, and a lot of people don't know me. Oh shit, why am I doing that? A lot of people don't know me, so I probably just, God damn it, I'm hitting the wrong button. There, I'm your teacher's teacher. You hear me? That's my nickname in these spaces because a lot of so-called teachers and gurus be biting off me. They be stealing my talking points, thinking, but y'all know how it goes, man. People going, but you must be doing good work and people going to steal your talking points and shit. So y'all already know how that shit go. People are going to steal your talking points if what you saying makes sense. So You know, we got our own little internal beast over here in my little private sector that I be in for over here. That should be funny as hell. That should be funny as a motherfucker, but we just keep it pushing. We might engage in the bullshit for a little bit just to break the monotony, but then we back to business. Like we really be like focusing on increasing our learnings, increasing our knowledge. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, every single one of you right now, if you listening right now, if you got a mortgage, if you got an auto right now, just specifically those two, you have proceeds that you have left on the books that you are legally entitled to. It's already been accounted for, already in the federal IRS regulations, already in the banking regulations. All you have to do is put in the proper claim and get what you are entitled to. Oh, my birthday video files must be on MP4 format. Okay, so I'm gonna convert it. I'm gonna let y'all see like my little birthday clip, me and my wife and shit. Yeah, I'm about to let that see this in. Must be an MP4 format. That's crazy. That's crazy as hell. All right, y'all. So I want to thank y'all. It's for my young boy down there in college. He down there in Lipstick Vibes. What's up, baby girl? He down there in hey that I knew you was. I knew you was. I knew you was Raylan. I knew you were. I knew, and I'm not saying this to say I seen your whole giddy up and profile, and you know what maybe, and you know what's so crazy about first impressions are motherfucker? Because realistic vibes, I seen you with the little, I think one of your pictures, I think it was one of your, I think your outro video and all that stuff. I think I don't know if it's one of your pictures or something, but I seen you had like a business, uh, like I don't know what color, I forgot. It's probably like navy blue. I don't know, but you had like a business, like you know how men like wear suit, that suit jacket. Yeah, you had the women's version on, and I was like, hold on, not too many people wear that type of. Now I'm telling you, I'm around professionals all the time. Yo, I'm around people that listen. Y'all, I'm around people that work at head positions at IBM. One seven series securities broker. People that work at banks. Yo, I got a lot of different people in my group who I interact with. People that are in high places or know people in high places. So I'm telling you, I be around these people in real life. That's why I be trying to look at this sector and be like, what the fuck are y'all talking about every day? Like, is this really? But I get it. It's YouTube. I get it. So I don't, I get it. But I'm like, in real life, y'all can't be walking around every day in real life thinking like this. The homie said, so he said, Fisher was a whistle. Better know it. Tell you. You see, y'all know me over in the new culture. These some of the members of the Untouchables. I'm trying to really get them a chance to really know me what I do when I'm on a daily day basis. But y'all know, and probably y'all know I ain't showing this for y'all because y'all already know. Y'all know what time it is. But realistic vibes, I definitely seen the business. I don't know. You was sitting down like it's like you was in a business meeting or something. That's why I was like, yeah. Certain people gonna be like, oh, hold on. See, certain people when they see stuff like that, they gonna start connecting the dots right then and there. You feel what I'm saying? Some people gonna be like, well, hold on, well, hold, because I know I got one. Hold on, and I know, hold on. Now, if I, because if I could do that, I could. See, they start connecting the dots in their heads already. Exactly. I know what you're doing. I know how you feeling. I know how you feeling. I know how you feeling. So what you need to do, Realistic Vibes, is send me an email at thomaslegacy603.com. Anyone else? I'm not just limited to her. Y'all send me an email. Just let me know you part of the Untouchables. If you come from the Untouchables, just let me know. Uh, y'all let, and that's what you got to do. Just let me know, and then we'll just take the first step. But yeah, no cap. And uh it's not my words. I'm going to let y'all see it for yourself, read it for yourself, but I'm going to break it down for you in layman's terms, just in case you don't understand the legal term. I could still break the legal terms down in layman's terms for you. You know what I'm saying? And when I'm talking about with your entitlements, this is not something I believe, I feel. This is something that it's already black and white. One of the things that you have to study, I would tell y'all to do is, okay, so what happened with the mortgage crisis, right? What happened with the mortgage crisis is banks were banks were selling mortgages to investment companies that were already defective. And then they would issue certificates to the investors, which is backed by your mortgage, meaning your monthly payments. The problem was they were selling these mortgages and getting them insured that were already in default, that they knew they had no chances of collecting. So AIG started insuring all these mortgages and stuff, but they wasn't actually putting money aside to actually cash out the claims. So a part of your monthly payments was going towards the insurance premium. So basically what you were actually doing and what you do today is you're insuring your own mortgage in case of a default. So if you were to default, the investors are going to get paid regardless, because unbeknownst to us, part of our monthly payments are going towards insurance, to insuring our mortgages. So what the banks was doing, they were taking a portion of our monthly payments and getting credit default swaps. So meaning anytime a borrower defaults, the insurance company is going to cash out the bank. The problem is they withheld all this information from us. So that's how we didn't know, and we still don't know today. And the issue what caused the mortgage bubble is that they were insuring defective mortgages. So when when the bubble started to burst, all the banks went to AIG, was like, "Yo, what's up? Here, this shit defaulted. I'm trying to cash in." The problem was AIG didn't have the money to pay the claims. That's how it all got started. That's how it all got started. Bear Stearns, AIG, that's how it all got started. So, in response to the banks being greedy and irresponsible, that fucked up the stock market, they passed the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform Act. The Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform Act was the government's way of getting back at the banks. So it really lets you know what's really going on in the mortgage. So let me just tell you this right here. Let me give you a stripped down version of what happens in a typical mortgage. Let me give y'all that's a clip, new course coming next week. Go ahead. Go ahead and do your thing, website. Go ahead and do your go ahead and listen, do your thing. That's a clip coming next week. So this is what happens in a typical mortgage. You apply, first of all, the banks don't loan you no money. They can't loan you no money. They're actually prohibited from loaning you money in which they have to put the assets up for you. Remember, when somebody loans you money, the way the government works, ever since 1933, this is how the government works. In order for any type of Federal Reserve note to be issued, there has to be a deposit of a security. It could be a short-term security, long-term security, treasury note, treasury securities, but there has to be a security against the deposit. The reason why it has to be a security, because securities are financial assets. Financial assets is a document or an instrument or an asset that grants the right to receive payment from one person to another. The one who has been granted the right to receive payment, they sell the right to receive payment. And then that's how loans are brought into existence. Banks loan money by either purchasing your security, which is the number one thing, or through deposits. So the banks can take all of our deposits because of the fractional reserve system. If I deposit $100,000 into the bank only needs to have actual about 10,000 in cash to cover that $100,000 deposit. The other 90 grand is called excess reserves, meaning they can loan that out each new deposit up to 10. You see, that's how the banking system goes. See how it can grow that fast. So that's how the banking system goes. And it's similar to Britain too. So in the typical mortgage, you want to, let's say, realistic vibes, you want to buy a mortgage. You see this house, 4 bedroom, 5 bedroom, 500 grand. You fill out the application, you meet the lending requirements, cool. Boom, they approve you. They say you just need to have 50 grand to close. You say, no problem. We're going to make it happen. When you filled out your application, and once it went through the bank's underwriting department and they approve your application, the bank, what they did was they went to through their special purpose vehicle, and I'm going to define all these terms, all these in a minute. I'm just going to run through the story, then I'm going to go back and define it. So they went to this special purpose vehicle. They had your application. They said, "Hey, we need 750,000." Hold on, you just said the house for 500,000. I know, but remember, you're gonna end up paying 750 back on it. Just we getting there. So they go to their issuing entity and say, "Hey, all right, y'all. Yo, we got these securities for sale. We got these securities for sale. We need 750,000 right now." So this is they talking to the market. They talking to the secondary market. They talking to the market. We need 750,000 now. All right, give us the 750,000 now. We're going to pay you back. We're going to get the terms of your repayment back later. That's called a forward sale contract. So banks enter into forward sale contracts with the market, institutional credit lenders, hedge funds, or whatever. They raise the 750,000 from the market. The issuing entity transfers that $750,000 to the special purpose vehicle, and then the special purpose vehicle purchases your security from the sponsor, which is the lender, the one you sat down with, that bank. They purchase the security from them. Now, you went through a bank. Since the banks can't loan their own money because they would have to put their own assets up to create the deposit, they're prohibited from doing that based on federal regulations. So, what the banks did was they established a bankruptcy remote entity, and then they established a trust, which is called a real estate mortgage investment conduit, right? It's called a REMIC. So, with that, those three entities set up, it's called a securitization. Securitization is how banks issue loans. They go to the market, raise the money for you, come back and call it a loan. But how do you actually get the money? You have to issue a security in order for the deposit of 750,000 through a private placement. Banks use private placements to issuing entity at the bank. That's how at closing, the seller's already paid because your security is what they purchased. They didn't loan you their own money, they purchased your security. This is why you have to sign a promissory note at closing. That is what sets the terms of you repaying the so-called loan. The problem with that is it was never a loan because all the bank did was just sell your security for you because they're allowed to do so. They got access to the investors on the market. So really the bank did was just broker the deal for you. And the bank is not the actual lender because now we're going to get into accounting. Whenever you loan money, all the income that you get from loaning money, when you file your balance sheets with the FDIC, it's going to be filed as investment activities. That's lending. But when you're just merely servicing the loan, which they're doing, collecting your payments, yada, 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 file foreclosure if they want. See, it's called operating activities. So mainly all the banks did was purchase the security from, sold it on your behalf. The problem with that is, according to the accounting standards, according to the accounting regulations, the bank was supposed to put the $750,000 cash in your hand at closing. And then you, in turn, were supposed to write the check and give it to the seller. The mere fact that the seller was already paid, at the time of closing, the banks still have an open liability on the books for them and their obligation to put the $750,000 in your hand, because they get us to think it's a loan. And I used to believe it too until I started realizing how the banks used to account for these mortgage transactions. And it was never about the deed of trust. The deed of trust is never filed. There's no income coming from it. You're just creating a trust in which you're granting them a security interest in the property with no consideration. That is a taxable event under Title 26 USC 2505. 2502. That is a taxable event because it was a transfer of property by way of gift. They never gave you anything for that deed of trust. The security is which collateralized the loan transaction was the promissory note. It wasn't the deed of trust. See, they had to get us to think that the deed and trust and the mortgage are all part of one package, because they knew if they didn't get us to voluntarily grant them a security interest in our property, then the debt will be an unsecured debt. Now, y'all know how people get when they know that the debt is unsecured. One day when they wake up, don't feel like paying it, and they realize ain't shit gonna happen if you don't pay. They ain't coming to take it. What you gonna say eventually? Man, fuck that motherfucking mortgage. Fuck that 30-year mortgage. And there ain't no security interest. You got legal title. Shit. I still got an asset. I'll still be able to get finances somewhere. I'll go to the subprime market if I got to. So they knew it's too much risk. So they get us to sign over. So in the securitization, it involves the packaging and selling of a pool of mortgages to investors in the secondary market. So meaning an investor actually put the money up for you. It could have been a hedge fund. It could be a institutional lender. It could be Fannie Mae. Fannie Mae. The government is the biggest securitizers. So what's really happening is you're not really, well, you are in a mortgage transaction as far as the loan, but you're really in a securities transaction as well. And since you have to pay the so-called loan back, then according to the accounting, your mortgage is nothing but a repurchase agreement. Don't you got to buy back the security? Don't you got to pay the loan back? Don't that mortgage agreement got the loans and terms and when you going to pay it back? So you're in a repurchase agreement. So from the accounting regulations, when the bank sells the security that it did not own, because that's your security, you're the maker of the note, you're the owner of the note. You sold it to the special purpose vehicle, that's player two in the securitization. The third player is the issuing entity. The issuing entity is the one that is issuing securities to investors for them to buy. But how are the investors going to get paid? When do they get paid? The investors get paid when you make your monthly mortgage payments, meaning your monthly mortgage payments are never going to pay down the loan. They're going to pay down the securities that they issue, which is backed by the collateral of the trust. What's the collateral of the trust? Your mortgage. So all the bank is doing on a monthly basis is taking their little 3-4% servicing fee, and they're sending the rest to the issuing entity to pay down the securities. And through my time in the feds, that is what I was able to uncover with the banks. I just grew on it and intensified it when I got home. Everything that I know now, I learned when I was in the feds. I started learning all this stuff then. So the mere fact that you had to repay back and repurchase the security, it means that you loaned the security to the trust. They didn't actually purchase it outright, because if they would have purchased it outright, you got the assets, they got the security. But they knew they couldn't really purchase it outright because there has to be some type of cash flow coming in. So if they would have purchased the note from you outright, then you would have got a free house. So it's impossible for them to make the or account for the transaction to the IRS as a true sale, because they would lose out. This is why they falsify their balance sheets and reportings to the IRS by calling these transactions true sales when they're really secured borrowings, because it doesn't take you long to figure out if it's a secure borrowing or not, because just look at the actions and see what happened in your own case. Hold on, I got to pay it back. If it was an outright purchase of my security, I wouldn't have to pay anything back. It would be an outright purchase. They'll be purchasing the right to receive payment. The problem is, if they make it an outright purchase, where's the monthly payments coming in at? So it's a secure borrowing. Since it is a secure borrowing, not a true sale, that means you have to buy the security back in 30 years. Remember, you're not obligated on the contract anymore. You're obligated to the security that the trust issue that's backed by your mortgage payments. See, now at this point, your mortgage is nothing but collateral, and those securities are going to be paid down based on the cash outflows from the borrowers. And it's not just one mortgage they're doing this to, they pull them all together. So whenever you close on your mortgage, you got about 5,000 other people closing the same day. So they issue these trust notes that are backed by thousands and thousands of mortgages in tranches. You got Class A, Class B, Class C. Basically, a stripped down version, what that means is Class A, you're the first to get paid, the last to take a loss. Class B, you're the second to get paid, the second to take a loss. Class C, you're the last to get paid and the last to take a loss. But what they do is they build credit enhancements into the contracts, which guarantees that the investor is going to get paid. You ever wonder why they ask you, you got to get insurance on the house? They got all these type of stipulations. We get the proceeds to this. We get the proceeds to this. We get this. You ever read your deed of trust? It's just all one sided. You know, ain't no nothing for you. You don't benefit from nothing from it. All one sided. So the accounting states that, hold on, in a secure borrowing, it's not a outright purchase of the mortgage. It's a outright lending of the security. You're lending your security to the trust for 30 years. In exchange for the right to receive 30 years of payment from me, you give me $750,000 up front, because the IRS regulation says, and the accounting states, the redemption price at maturity. That means the amount that you would have paid after you made your last payment on the mortgage, plus all the interest, it came up to like 750,000. That is what they were supposed to put in your hand in a secure borrowing. This is how they do it. They'll get you to sign the promissory note. They know they're supposed to call forward the 750,000 because this is a secure borrowing transaction and not a true sale. So what happens is they, according to the accounting, and they're allowed to do this for the accounting regulations put out by the FDIC, they are allowed to de-recognize the assets that they acquire from you. So the bank, they don't have that more promissory note on their books anymore. They transferred over to the special purpose vehicle, who's the one who purchased it. And then the special purpose vehicle conveys the note to the trust, or it's supposed to. Remember, they're reporting it as a true sale. They're not reporting it as a secured borrowing. They're reporting it as a true sale. So if they're reporting it as a true sale, the guidelines are like this. They are supposed to, their note is supposed to be endorsed from the lender to the special purpose vehicle, from the special purpose vehicle to the issuing entity. And it's supposed to be recorded. Well, the problem with that is Every time you see a foreclosure or something, don't the bank just show up with the original note that you had? And they're supposed to record it. You check your county record on the mortgage, you ever see 2 endorsements on it? You see an endorsement from the lender to the special purpose vehicle, from the special purpose vehicle to the issuing entity. You don't see none of that on there because they're recording it and reporting it as a true sale, but it's really a secure borrowing. Another example, how it's not a true sale. At the close of your mortgage, you were supposed to get a 1099 form, letting them know that they purchased the security from you. You don't ever get a 1099. No, none of y'all ever got one. Want to know why? Because it was never a true sale. It's a secure borrowing. They manipulated the balance sheet so they could benefit for the tax treatments. So the trust doesn't pay income that it's getting from the borrowers to the IRS under the REMIC laws, 26 USC 860G. Title 26 of the United States Code, Section 860, subsection G. And in the securitization, the banks, well, the trusts, those mortgages supposed to be in the trust within 90 days of the day you close. Why isn't it done like that? Remember, they're calling these true sales. They're not calling it secure borrowers, which it really is. They are reporting it as true sales, so we're going to go by what you're reporting it as. But you notice in the foreclosure that right before they go to court, they'll do a reassignment of the deed of trust to the trustee. Well, weren't they supposed to do that within 90 days after you originally closed? Because the transaction is invalid if it's transferred to the trust outside of 90 days. So when they attempt to foreclose, you'll see, hold on now, where's the other assignment? You missing the special purpose vehicle. You missing it from the lender to the special purpose vehicle, from the special purpose vehicle to the issuing entity. Hold on, why is it now just being assigned to the trust and you filing for foreclosure 5 years later because things went hard and I couldn't pay and I tried to get a forbearance and you wouldn't do that and you just say, yeah, we just going to foreclose. Right before court, you go ahead and assign the note and deed of trust over to the issuing entity. I thought you were supposed to do that within 90 days after I closed with the bank. Because courts are unanimous, and this is federal law. I got 100 cases where borrowers beat the more banks. If you assign a note and deed of trust to a trust after it's closed, the transaction is defective, meaning there was never a transfer, meaning there was never a true sale, meaning the security interest has been reduced to an unsecured debt. So, so when we so when we started looking at it from like that, I'm like, hold on, these banks got a vicious game. So I started researching the banks. I started researching Wells Fargo. I started researching JP. I started researching all the banks, all the mortgage companies, Fannie Mae, all of them. And I started to realize, like, damn, they're all doing the same thing. Because remember, if it was just if it's a secure borrowing, which it is, they don't have to recognize the promissory note that it was transferred from you. Remember, you gave the promissory note to the bank. They don't have to account that you gave them the promissory note because the special purpose vehicle purchased it. So what they do is they de-recognize the asset, which is the promissory note that was transferred to it, but then they recognize a corresponding receivable. The receivable, aka your loan account, because your loan account is evidencing your obligation to pay. But if we're in a secure borrowing, which is there is a loan of securities in which the cash is supposed to be pledged as collateral, because now you're loaning your security to the REMIC, the real estate mortgage investment conduit, aka the issuing entity. You're loaning them the right to receive payment for 30 years. That's what's actually going on. Why? Because you got to pay it back for 30 years. And it's that actual security that's being the collateral for the trust because they issue trust certificates to the investors, which is backed by your monthly payments. So it's a secure borrowing. You're loaning them the security. This is based on the accounting, black and white. No caps in my raps. So if you're lending them the security, the accounting says that they're supposed to pledge cash collateral to you at the inception of the transaction. But since your mortgage agreement, which is nothing more than a repurchase agreement, entitles and obligates you to buy the security back, then the amounts that they were supposed to pledge for the right to use your security and benefit for them 30 years of payment, that 750,000 is the same amount now considered borrowed by you. And that is where they start the borrowing transaction, right there at the amounts considered borrowed. They remove all the amounts they were supposed to pledge to you off the books so you never know, and they start the transaction at the second phase. Is the repurchase agreement, aka your mortgage contract. But they'll never talk about that same amount that's considered borrowed was the same amount as cash that they were supposed to put in your hand. So when it comes to the down payment, that's a down payment. The technical accounting corporate term for that is called loan commitment fees. And on the accounting standards put out by the Federal Financial Institutions Examinations Council, that the lender is responsible for the loan commitment fees, aka down payment, unless the borrower agrees to pay it. That's black and white. See, when y'all get into my class, you'll see it, you'll know it. So the banks, once again, as diabolical as they are, they had to say, hold on now. We can't ask these people, do they want to cover our loan commitment fees? We know they're going to say no. I mean, we would too. Right. But they don't know that it's optional. See, they don't know. We know they don't know the accounting. They don't know the books. So let's just present it to them as mandatory, as part of the loan. Let's just present it to us as part of the loan. So they got to bring 50,000 at closing. They ain't gonna know. They want to get in the house. You really think they're gonna look at the accounting before they close? Fuck no. Bet. All right, you've been approved. So all you got to do is just bring 50,000 at closing. There you have it. It's called a loan commitment fee, which the lender, is entitled to pay, unless the borrower agrees to pay it for the lender. But they never present it as an option, do they? They don't never present it as an option. They actually present it as more of a matter of fact, like mandatory. Like, you better do this or you're not going to be able to get the house. And all they did for the loan commitment fees, they took your loan proceeds. How much was it? 50,000 down payment. All they did was just skim that off the top. They took the 50,000 and did what they did on the back end with it, and then charged it back to you as a matter of fact. This is why the 50,000 that they took from you is not recorded on their normal income statement balance sheets. It's recorded as a off balance sheet item. And when you look at the off balance sheet items under the reporting condition, you'll notice that it's called, there's a section, an item, and the item's titled refundable loan commitment fee. So, given the fact that you, and this applies whether you were in an auto or mortgage, you were actually entitled to the cash collateral up front. But they know we don't know. So they report that amount as a liability on their balance sheets. Want to know how you know I'm true? And this applies no matter if you're in the auto or mortgage, credit card. Take a look at this. Look at your auto contract. Don't it say that any transferee is subject to the claims and defenses as can be asserted against the transferor, and any amounts recoverable by the borrower is limited, shall not exceed the amounts actually paid by the borrower? They're letting you know, hey, basically what it boils down to is since they didn't put that cash collateral in your hand at closing, that means the liability on the books and the amount that you would have paid over the life of the loan, that's a liability on the books stating that they owe you. Your loan account, which is the receivable account, stating that you owe them. So when you merge their liability against your liability, what does that mean? Zero. You really owe nothing. So that little clause that's in your contracts, the amounts recovered by the borrower shall not exceed the amounts actually paid. That's put there because when you zero out the account, their liability against your liability, but then you actually paid on the account for some years, that's why they put it there, because that's what they talk about, shall not exceed amounts that you actually paid. So the original amount gets zeroed out and you get refunded back all the amounts you paid out of pocket. So imagine putting all the accounting together, boom, 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 file our tax returns with the IRS, consistent with their federal regulations. We can prove that the transaction was not a true sale. We can prove that it was a secured borrowing. We can prove that this was a transaction conducted for cash under the accounting statements put out by the FDIC and the IRS regulations. We can prove that we actually signed the contract, we actually entered into the contract. That won't be hard. And we can prove that we were entitled and there was a deposit of the proceeds because we have a cash receipt. Thomas Legacy, what are you talking about? What is the cash receipt? Take a look at your mortgage or your auto, your credit card. Untouchables, my friend, that is your cash receipt. That's the evidence that shows that you're entitled to the proceeds. But they want us to put all our energy in. Yeah, I need to tell them they'll get sucked and stop talking to people like this on the internet. Now y'all see why I'm like, what the fuck? Are you serious? Do you not know what we trying to get done over here? Oh, and the banks, they're diabolical. They'll act like they don't know what you're talking about. They'll play stupid. They're not gonna roll over and play dead. Because of course, like, come on, man, I would too. But one thing that I always notice, they never want to disclose the books. If you really gave me the loan, Navy Federal just instead of, and this is what I said, if you can let me see, produce the books that shows that you actually gave my client the loan, I'll instruct her to start paying again. Instead of doing that, they just filed a satisfaction of lien. Just say, you know what, fuck it, go ahead. Instead of doing that, you'll always know what's going on. You'll always know what's going on. You will always know what's going on if you just follow the money. Follow the books. I don't give a damn with anything, anywhere. the books is going to tell you the true story. Follow the money, follow the books, learn the players to the game. First, learn securitization. Y'all can Google it. What's securitization? Yeah, it's simple Google just to get your feet wet. Securitization. 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 That is the number one method of financing in America. Over 132 countries engage in securitization. One hundred and 32 countries. And they have just sucked the lifeblood out of homes, families. See, if I'm going to help black women and shit, this is what I want to help black women with. They talking about help because I can't help them just by just talking to these what they call no good suckers. If I'm going to help my people, help move the community forward. This is my way of helping move the community forward by helping people come to the understanding and enforcing their rights and standing up so they can get what they're legally entitled to that can contribute to their financial security so it can give them, their kids, a better way of life, can make investments, can produce. I think this is more effective than me saying, y'all stop talking to them. Like, what? That's not doing nothing. So when people keep talking about they're a leader, I'm a leader, show your work. Show your work. If you're a leader, show your work. Because all I hear is a bunch of talking on panels. That's all I hear. It's a bunch of talking. No results. I don't see no results. All I hear is talk. I don't see no results. Everybody talking about they so much of a leader. Who you got leading you? Who you got following you every night? I got people I lead at least 4 nights a week in real life. I got a college students that I'm leading right now that go to the University of Florida State University. And they're in school for financing, and accounting and all this, but they're not teaching them this. I'm teaching it to them while they're in school getting their degree. And this is why I wasn't surprised when I got that report back. I wasn't surprised. In college right now, senior, Florida State University. Already learned more. The first video, oh yeah, I gave him, he's in a class that I had. It was like 8, 9 videos, serious videos. And what do you say? Already learned more than the stuff they teach from the past 4 years at University of Florida State. College student. So now, when I'm done with him, he's going to have best of both worlds. He's going to have the shit that the higher up corporates know, and he's going to have the experience, but that comes with getting your degrees in accounting and finance, stuff like that. But he's also going to know this side because they're not going to teach him this side. He's only going to know this side is when he climbs the corporate ladder and be in the head corporate office of a financial institution one day. That's he got about 20. If he learned that naturally, someone putting him on and he gets to that position, he got about 25 more years to go. He's going to know it at 23. I said, bro, you're going to go way farther than me, bro. You learning this shit at a young age. Oh, by the way, for the every all black ministry, he's a black man too, by the way, doing something with his life. See, notice how I'm attracting these type of black men. You notice that? All this other shit they talk. I don't attract these people. I don't see these people. These are people not my peripherals. I see them on the streets. I'll keep it pushing. Why don't y'all do it? So I just get tired of people coming up on these panels all day, talk, Ain't got nothing to show for it. Show your work. You a leader? Show your work. You really leading people in real life? Show your work. Show your work. You really got big investments in doing this and got houses? Show your work. You really doing it like that? Show your work. Lead by example. Stop leading by your mouth. All I hear is talk, talk, talk. Long ass, boring ass speeches saying the same shit. Where's your worker? How many black people are you getting married in real life? The queen's looking for a king, aren't they? The queen's looking for a king, ain't they? You can't get them married. You can't put them around men like you in real life. You can't have a big meetup social gathering where you could show the queens, kings, how to treat the queens in real life. Why everything I be based on the internet? Nah, take this shit. See, this is what I do in real life. Ain't just no internet shit. I do this shit in real life. So I don't take that shit serious. That's why I see through all that shit. This is why motherfuckers hate. That's why when I see through it, I see through that shit. I see through that shit, y'all. I see through that shit. And all the shit that they talk about, listen, there ain't no amount of accomplishments, no degrees that you're ever going to get to know this shit. You will never learn this in school. They're never going to teach it to you. They never will. They never will. They never will. Y'all watch my video. I got a video on YouTube with credit acceptance. And I got a video with Navy Federal. The video with Navy Federal is like 28, 30 minutes. Some credit acceptance is like, it's close to 20 minutes. But sit back and just listen and pay attention to them. Don't sit there and pay attention to me. I'm just asking the questions I already knew the answers to. Pay attention to their answers. Because their answers is indicative of what I'm teaching. I told everybody that the finance charge never goes to the finance company in an auto. The down payment is part of the portfolio program. The dealership keeps that, but they present it as we can't get the deal done unless the money goes directly. The money goes directly to the finance company. They present it like the finance company is asking for it, just like the down payment on a mortgage. They present it like you have to pay it when really it's totally optional to you or not, only from the accounting. And not only did I call credit acceptance, I called Westlake too. No, I called Santander too and got the same issue. That down payment never went to the finance company. It never did. It never does. And I was teaching people this, and then I called credit acceptance, not for them to confirm it. I wasn't even looking for them to confirm it, but she confirmed it anyway. And the same scenario that I'm saying now, you're going to hear me saying the same scenario to the lady on the phone for credit acceptance. She's going to say correct. I said, so it wasn't like credit acceptance actually loaned me any money. They're more like the broker. They kind of brokered the deal for it. She said, correct. Same thing I'm saying now. And it don't matter if it's a mortgage or auto. Once your foundation is set, you can it applies, same game, different players. Only thing changes is just the venue. That's a foundation. So I'm sorry, y'all. I got people I'm trying to save from these financial clutches of these diabolical financial institutions and banks. And I'm sorry that I'm putting more stock into that than on random men on the internet who happens to swallow red pills for a living or a couple times a day. I'm sorry. Please don't blame me because I don't want to put energy into that. I'd rather put energy into this. I apologize. I'm sorry. I need everybody to put their ones in the sky for a second. The tribal chief is coming to the ring. Watching WWE SmackDown. I need everybody to put your ones in the sky for a second. The tribal chief is in the building. But in reality, y'all, that's what I'm saying. In real life, no bunch of online, real life. Oh, he got the files on too. And that's reality. This is reality. All that bullshit on the internet ain't about nothing. This is reality. This is reality. This affects our lives on a daily basis. And I'm telling you this now, y'all. I'm telling you this shit now. They are sucking the life out of people, stealing the shit that we are entitled to. And the only reason why they're doing it is based off ignorance. That's it. Not ignorance in the context that you're just too dumb to figure it out. It's the ignorance that it's you just don't know. So I don't blame anybody for not knowing. I was never the type to be like, oh, y'all don't know this, you don't know. I never did it because I understand. Because I was blind to the fact. That's why I never did that. I never belittled people for not knowing this. I never made them feel because I understand. I was in the I do you think my parents taught me this growing up? You really think we sit down and just you just don't know. Like this is like maybe what 2% of the world knows this? Maybe. And the people who know this from their side of the field, they have no interest in informing you. Remember, they get paid off our ignorance. That's why in the United States of America, competence is compensated. You get paid for what you know more than the work you do. You get paid more for what you know. And my job, my duty, the role I take on is just, I don't need 500 million people. I just need the few who's willing to take back control over their financial freedom so they can be and remain self-sufficient because that is the best position. Especially as a man. Ladies, your husband's supposed to be a man of means. He's supposed to be able to provide for you. He's supposed to do these things. Your husband, that's one of the benefits of being in a married to a man of means. You don't have to worry about these financial stresses on your own. That's not your job anymore. So I'm all good with the traditional roles, but I don't think that like I mean you want a job, you want to work, you want to do your thing. That's cool. I mean I respect the fact you want to be lazy, but I don't think that like you know if you don't have like if you have the option not to, I think that you could be more help to people through other ways than you having to work. If you find a man in the luxury that you don't have to work, I don't think it should be used as, oh man, I don't got no freedom, be dependent on him, yada yada. What if it don't work? I think that's just fear mongering. I don't even think you should be thinking like that. You should want to be dependent on your man's security. You shouldn't be worried about, well, if you leave me, what I'm gonna have. They always like that always want to see the negative and I mean, there's a whole bunch of what ifs. You can get hit by a bus tomorrow. That don't still, I mean, hit by a car tomorrow. Don't still stop you from getting into a vehicle. Anything can happen, but I just choose not to live my life, off the. What if this for like things that I can't? Like, it's hard for me to give too much attention from things that didn't even happen. Like things that didn't even happen yet. These are events that we create in our own mind. They didn't even happen. They didn't even happen yet. And I start reacting because of shit that may happen? What? It's no way to live life. Like, oh, and you always got to find the negative in everything. Well, shit, people, ain't no guarantee you gonna stay together if you get married. Okay, that's what happens in life. That don't, man, oh man. Gosh, boy, our experiences have fucked us up, man. Our experiences has fucked us up. Our experiences has fucked us up to the point where, like the number one go to is to find. It's like the number one goal is to find something negative when nothing negative in that moment exists. When nothing negative in that moment exists. Stop worrying about what could go wrong and start taking it day by day. You don't get to 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years of marriage by not going through the day. You got to get through the day. Are there going to be tough times? Yes. Are you going to go through shit? Yes. You are going to. I ain't gonna say sugarcoat it. Oh, you gonna go through some shit. So you've been together 30 years, 45 years. Oh, you gonna go through some shit. But how do you really know what you're made of unless you go through some shit? I had to go through some shit. I had to sit 8 years in the max federal penitentiary for the shit that I was doing back when I was 24. The federal government tried to give me 60 years. They offered me a plea to 25 years. I said, oh, hell nah. 25? So I just pleaded 25. Just, all right, 25, y'all. See y'all in 25. So did I cry? Yeah. Was I scared? Yeah, damn right. Was I terrified? Hell yeah. You staring down the barrel 60 years. Shit's real when you're in the federal court and they reading down that indictment. Oh, all the fun and games is all over. But when I look back in the courtroom, the only people that were there were the same people who I was causing heartache and pain. So I had that's what hurt me more than anything. I was like, damn, I'm just like putting my mom through the most right now. I'm just like putting my mom through the most right now. Oh nah. And my trial ended up in a hung jury. Thank God it ended up in a hung jury. They couldn't reach a unanimous verdict on unanimous decision on all 4 counts. And then the government came back with a plea after trial, like 3 days after trial. My lawyer came running over there. She said, you might like this one. She said they're only 84 months. I get the counting on my finger because feds, when you get sentenced in the feds, you get sentenced to you get sentenced by months. So you be looking back like, oh, I sentenced you to 210 months. You be like, oh, that's cool. You get back to the block like, hold on, it's 12 months in a year, right? Hold on. 12, 24, 36, 48, 60. You had 100, you had 10 years out of 120 months. Like, oh shit. Hold on. I got hit with 20. Nah, I made a mistake. So I went from what? Mandatory minimum 32 years just for the firearms. And then the predicate offenses, 60 years, down to 84 months. Man, I signed that plea so goddamn fast. I signed that plea so goddamn fast. That was a win for me. That's about as close as a win I'm gonna get with the government. That's about the close. Hey, I ain't about to play with these people again. Sign that. And that allowed me to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Cause that shit was foggy as a bitch. First 2 days of trial, that bitch was foggy. While I was in, I started putting shit on my mind. Came home, I knew I had to go through the struggle. Did 8 years, came home, ain't have nothing. I ain't have nothing. Was a relationship with a woman that didn't work out. I left hers. I had to find myself back on mom's couch. In the midst, met my wife. Had to suck my pride up. I got a job. I was working at Nando's. During our courtship stage, I would go down there for the weekend and this and that and that and that. And when I first met her, she had like 70 bands in the cut. I ain't know. I ain't asked. And then I started putting my knowledge to use. I started hitting the ground running. Got my big break in 2022, and I never looked back since. I'm in a house, have a business, drive a nice car, got college funds for my kids set up. 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. That shit's gonna grow. Taking care of my business, taking care of my wife, taking care of my kids, paying my bills on time every month. Got money in the bank. But I started out with nothing. And 8 years out of society, 8 years of opportunities, 8 years of experiences, 8 years of growth, 8 years of climbing the corporate ladder. I missed a lot. I'm still behind the 8 ball in my eyes. That's why I'm never content. Oh, I'm good now. No, I'm not good. I'm not good. I'm nowhere near where I want to be yet. But I know where I'm at today is way more than where I was back then. And I don't take that for granted. So when I see all these little petty arguments, I don't look at it from men's side, right? I look at what's right, what's wrong is wrong. Men are wrong and women are wrong. Both ain't no gender better than the other in this. As a community, we both fucked up. We both play a part. We both don't respect each other. I won't put it on one side. We both don't respect each other. And I don't want to hear no shit about we're going to hold one side to a higher standard than the other. But the reason why I don't do that, because when it came to human decency, when it came to human respect, when it came to human interactions, everybody played a role in that. The Bible didn't just single out, this only applies to one and don't apply to the other. No, because the problem with that is if you're only going to hold the men accountable and the women don't have to feel like they have to be held accountable and they're good where they at. So when the men progress, while the women are still staying the same, I'm talking about in these spaces, how they put it. So women still say because they there's no way that they're already up there because they wouldn't be complaining about these same old people. So they're where they at right now. So let's say all the men start progressing and start changing, and their attitudes start changing, their experiences start changing, their mindsets start changing. Do you actually think that if the men they start to be up here, that these same women they're just going to automatically just raise up to? No, they're going to be looking for different types of women. So either way, if you're not raising and growing together, then what's the point? Because they're not coming back to pull you up. They're going to be with the woman that's already suitable for them. That's why I say all this blaming and point out the speck in your eye, but I'm gonna ignore the mote in my eye and the hypocrisy and the people think they better. Half the people that's talking shit barely got shit. Half the people talking shit barely got shit. And I'm definitely no friend of JP, but it's crazy how you will have people sit in his chat for hours and hours, just antagonize, talk shit, all in his business. And they only do that because they think that as long as they're doing better than JP, they're good. No, think about it. Do you think they would be over there and the person who got their shit together and they could see got way more than them? Do you think they'll be over there talking that shit? They'll probably be nitpicking about the small shit because they can't talk about his finances. They can't talk about his living arrangements. They can't talk about his kid. They see everybody in the house lit. So they wouldn't be talking about that. They'll just try to find a little stupid shit to talk about because the shit's limited. You think a man of means they'll be over there talking that shit like that? So what you over there? He's so low. He's so scum. Why you over there? Because you supposed to be so worried about the kids. Why you putting the father down? You think the kids gonna fuck with you because you talking that bad about their father like that? You think they're gonna appreciate your concern by you talking about their dad like that? At the end of the day, I mean, I don't really know the history between him and other people in these spaces. I think he did some other shit, but at the end of the day, just speaking on no personal feelings, he still has his fucking kids. He has his kids. You may not like his parenting style. He has his kids. He has his kids. I mean, he's doing the best he can. But you would still sit there and antagonize. If you don't fuck with him, you don't fuck with him. You don't fuck with him, you don't fuck with him. Cool. That ain't my friend by a long shot. But the hypocrites come in like you so much better than someone. Come on my live and talk shit about me when I'm out in public. Come on my live and let's see what you can talk about. Come on my live. Talk that shit about him. That come talk about me about that. Come on my live when I really pull out the receipts. Come, y'all the one that trying to come over here with that shit. Come on. So I can make you look small. So I can make you look real small. And when you come talk shit about it, bring your bank statements too. Because that's what we're going to be talking about. We're going to be comparing them while you talking since you better than someone. Let's compare bank statements. We can go back as far as you want. You can go back to your best year. All I got to do is go back 3 months. Go back to your best year. For those who got to sit there and think you're better than someone. Ain't nobody better than nobody else. Everybody thinks like that's what I'm saying. And that's that mentality that I know I ain't really got much. I mean, I got a little some, but I don't got what I really want. So let me find someone who got less than me. I'ma feel better about myself. I just antagonize them all day. Fuck out of here. Childish behavior. Save who? Protect who? Bunch of childish behaviors. It's all just childish behaviors. It's a bunch of childish behavior. Childish. All day troll. All day, all day, all day for hours and hours and hours. That's all you got to do. All day. Come on, man. And you really think you're going to get blessings like that? They really think that. You really think you're going to get blessings like that? You really think you're going to get blessed by a guy like that? You really think so? Sitting there antagonizing all day. You really think you're gonna get blessings? You really think, and they wonder why they in the positions they are right now. You could tell they're full of hatred, they're full of envy, they're full of negativity. Everything that comes out of their mouth is just negative. That's not the people, that's not their past, that's their spirit. They got a negative spirit. They got a negative spirit. They're getting exactly what they put out, negativity, to the point where all you got to say is black men this, black men, black. You know, you think you're taking the dig, but you look crazy. You look foolish. You look like you really need some help. I think the trauma is so much that a lot of people just need some help. And it's crazy that these channels are conducted in a manner where it allows them, like, even let's say, prime example, let's say I was Sharon. Regardless of the men who need to do work or do better, I don't get, like me, I would never let anyone come in the chat and say black men, and they would have to state exactly who, your ex, your past, who, because you're not going to come in my chat and put that shit all on black men when you're looking at a black man who's taking care of his family on screen every day. I wouldn't even allow them to even say black men. And that hope, well, they ain't talk about me. No, they're talking about you too, brother. They talking about you too. Anytime you say black men, they're talking about you too. And that's the problem. A lot of these people, they start to feel like they're exempt. Oh, well, they ain't talking about me, so I'm gonna let it ride. No, they're talking about you too. That's how they really feel. Because maybe that wasn't their experience. Maybe that couldn't been their maybe they haven't experienced a man like this. Maybe that has a bit. But if they're looking on camera and seeing a man working hard every day, every day, every day, taking care of his kids, taking care of his daughters, even interacting with his daughters on camera, and they still got the nerve to be in his chat talking about black men, that's a disrespect to you. I bet you, what's the name? The first lady on your brace. I bet you she don't share those experience. I bet you she don't feel like that. You notice how she don't really say nothing like that? You notice how she never amens them? When she be like, when they be like black men, you notice how she don't amen them? I know what she's thinking. She thinking these people done lost their goddamn mind. And she know the real reason why they saying it too. That's why. And we talk about like what? What we supposed to do? The way I look at it, shit, ain't no difference. Ain't nobody better than the other. Both of them, both sides, the red pill and the people that don't like the red pill, they both displaying the same behavior. So what you want me to do? They both displaying the same behavior. They both doing the same shit. Listen, the other is doing the same shit that they indict the other side of doing. Y'all doing the same shit. The fuck I'm gonna say something to them for? Y'all, you doing the same shit. Oh, I'm supposed to say something to them, but not say nothing to y'all. You doing the same shit. You being a hypocrite. I could see if you was more calm, more soothing, not get. I could see if you was like, okay, but you're doing the same shit. Y'all talk over them. Y'all disrespectful too. Y'all you're very demeaning with your words. You're very negative too. Just like how they say, y'all are too. Y'all are too. And I don't give a damn if you don't want to see it that way, but I go by actions. I don't go off intent. God judges off the intent of the heart. I'm not God. I judge off actions. I don't give a damn what you meant. I'm go by what you did. Well, I didn't mean to do it. I don't give a shit if you didn't mean to do it. I'm going by what you did. I'm sorry, it was a mistake. No, I don't give a shit. You should have been sorry before you did it. I grew up in the old school. I got an old soul. I don't get with this new modern age way of that. I'm more old school with my shit. I'm not with this new age shit. Nah, nah. Indict one side, but turn the cheek and don't look at the nah. Everybody getting called the fuck out. And my grandmother was right too. I went to see her a couple weeks ago. My grandmother was right too. She said, now I know the men got some problems. She said, but these women today, they are out of control. I said, Nana, you ain't never lie about that one. The type of stuff they saying out their mouth and class. I said, Nana, you ain't lie about that one. It's my grandmother now. Grandma was born in 1941. I think she has enough lived experiences. He who findeth a good wife findeth a good thing. The problem is a lot of people that are talking about men ain't good. You're not a good man's. A good man is not going to pick you based on your behavior. I see every day. A good man is not going to pick you. As a matter of fact, you sound like you're more suitable for the red pill men that you despise. You sound like you're more suitable. You sound like you're more suitable. Uh, Poppy Blanco, Tom, what's good, bro? Hey, Poppy Blanco, man, we all over the board tonight. I don't even know what the fuck we on. We just got off the banking and stuff. I don't know what the fuck we on. We on some hip just nah because there was this like, why the men who are about their shit, and Poppy, you another one. You take care of your kids, you take care of your daughters, and they talking about why don't the men who are productive and doing what they supposed to do, why don't we talk or get on the men who what they say, disrespecting the women. I think it's mainly the red pill disrespecting the women. Why don't we get on then? I'm like, for what? For what? For what we getting on them for what? When we seeing the same behavior out of the same people that we talk about we need to save. What are we saving? What are we saving? Kuma, I understand. Yeah, I trust me. I believe that, but for my personal thing, I think he needs to be liked. I think he wants people to like him because ain't no way you take wrenches from them just totally disrespecting you, and then you give it back. You take it, you give it back. It's like you double mind. You can't stand on nothing. It's like he don't want. It's like with Stockholm syndrome. Like they be doing some foul shit, but you'd rather them do foul shit and still be there, and then them not be there. Like that to me, to be honest with you, like I would nobody would ever have a wrench on my channel that as a matter of fact, I gotta go back and hand out some more wrenches too, y'all. For the untouchables, I gotta hand out some more wrenches. I'm on stream y'all right now. When I get off, I'm gonna go back on the YouTube thing and do it. But I would never have anyone that has a wrench on my channel and just blatantly just disrespecting me for hours. Just for hours. And you got a wrench on my shit, and then you timing out people that's like coming to my defense. Man, you done lost your mother. And what city and state they doing that at? The mods that's talking shit about me and you got a wrench now. If you're disagreeing with my viewpoint, that's different. If you got difference of views, that's different. I mean, you could disagree all day. I'm not. Y'all know I ain't talking about no shit like that. Nah, Thomas, I think you wrong, bro. All right, I don't care about none of that. I'm talking about the blatant disrespect. Like, just you gotta wrench it, and then this is how petty they've become. They use wrenches as a weapon against people who just has a difference of opinion. They all day on shows just timing people out, not for disrespect, not for talking crazy. And it could be just they making a valid point and they'll get timed out just for saying it. That's just mean spirited. They have no life. The panels in the chat has become their life. They have no life, y'all. They have no life. They have no happy experiences. They probably just got all pets. There's a few dog mom and cat moms, no man, and probably house full of women. Not saying a house full of women is a bad thing, but y'all get the sentiment. And where it all starts with a lot of them is the dad was not around. And it's the same, y'all think what's his name? Dr. Umar Johnson. You think that's the first? I just told y'all this story earlier with the girl. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. You get one side of the story, you don't ever get the other side. So your viewpoint on men has already been determined based on the situation with your dad. And the problem what I see with people is they always want to jump to go blame the man without getting the man side of the story first. Because if it's told for one side, that one side is never going to tell or disclose any parts that will make them look bad. They're going to leave it out. Like the girl I know, she never said, why ain't the mom say, hey man, your dad tried to see you for Christmas. Your dad tried to come to your graduation. She ain't never tell her. She ain't never tell her. They're never gonna, they're never gonna admit the parts that was gonna, make them accountable. Never do. That's why I don't just believe it off the break. Now, there are cases where the men are not in the child's home. There are cases like that. And I got a few studies in these videos that I am going to drop. That's going to talk about this. And I'm going to use different case studies from different parts of the world and the United States. The rate of men just upping and leaving just for no rhyme or reason is not as high as you want it, as they want you to think. It's not as high. Men who want to be fathers, they're not just leaving. I know quite a few single dads. I know quite a few men who want to be fathers. They not just leaving. But that's the problem. They'll start the story off, men just leaving. Men who want to be the fathers are not just leaving the household. It takes a lot for a man to leave the household. It don't take a lot for most of the sisters to leave the household. The only thing, the quickest way for them to leave is their happiness. In majority of the cases, a woman's happiness is going to come before her kids. It's going to come before her best interests. It's going to come before the best interest of the kids. It's going to come before the best interest of the whole family unit. The woman's happiness, her happiness, singular. Me, I, my. Her happiness comes first. And I mean, that's all right, I guess. That's all right. But would it be better? Would it be better if they just try to coexist? Try happiness, that's a state. That's a feeling. That's a state of mind. That's a state of mind. And the problem that a lot of people don't realize is that me, my, my own happiness, that's cool if you have no kids. You have kids now. It's not just about you and your happiness anymore. That's one of the things that comes with being an adult. It's not just about you and your feelings anymore. All this, they talking about blame women for everything. Well, I'm not really deep into those spaces, so I can't really give an opinion on it. I don't see, because I'm not going to make it up just to feel like I'm defending what I don't know. But anybody knows any more on that, then y'all can let me know. But I don't know. I can't give it. But my lived experience is that I don't see just men just sitting around all day blaming women for all of their problems. I think it's exaggerated for a second. I mean, I'm not saying it's totally wrong. I believe that can be the case, but we got to start putting context and shit. We just paint everything with one broad brush. When it comes to men, we're just painted with one broad brush. But let a man come and say, women in general, it's always not me. Speak for yourself. That's your experience. Damn, you let her do you wrong. Damn, you should have chose better. And the only reason why I'm pointing it out, because like I said, I call balls and strikes. I don't care which team is. I'm the umpire. I don't give a shit what team you play for. If a strike is a strike, a ball is a ball. The problem is when you're on these spaces and you're not in real interactions in real life, when you're on these spaces, the way I see it, the way I'm looking at it, everything is just what's good for the goose is good for the gander. That's how I see it. Everything is just it's just all out war in these spaces. Nobody's getting handled with kid gloves in these spaces. Nobody. I don't see nobody being handled with kid gloves. Nobody's talking to each other from the opposite sides. Very few is talking to with a certain level of decorum, certain level of respect. Normally, I see the same people who's complaining about the men doing the same acts on a daily basis. I see them doing it more. I don't see, man, phew, I don't see men just all day, every day. I see that from the ones who's complaining that there ain't no good men out here. I see them doing it all day, every day at a higher rate than the men that be on the panel. And I may not be popular for saying it, but I'm just going by what I watch and what I see. I see them doing it. I see them being disrespectful first. I see them over talking more. Now I may see the men cut off, but then I don't think they're cutting off just to cut you off to shut you up. They're just in the moment, they're in the back and forth. Everybody trying to get their point across, but it's more on the topic and not the fact that they're women that they're cutting them off. And from what I see is there's no different from the red pill than the people who complain about the red pill. I don't see no difference in actions. I don't see no difference in behaviors. And I can't really say too much about the content creator. I'm talking about just the people who be on the panels complaining. I don't see no difference in behavior. You both act the fucking same to me. You act the same. You judge, but you don't want to be judged. You talk shit, but you get mad when you get shit talked back. You disrespect, but you act like the world's going to end when you get disrespected. And sometimes I just want to ask, like, who the fuck do you think you are? Who the fuck do you think you are? The sense of entitlement. You are not the Queen of England. Nobody's going to sit down and kiss your motherfucking ass. Nobody's going to do it. And I'm not going to allow you to try to use a man and sick a man on me, because the men that you try to come sick on me, I'm timing up for their asses. Can't use no man to sick no man on me. But I feel in due time, y'all, it's going to get real interesting in these spaces. In due time. I'm going to keep it in my back pocket for now. But in due time, this may be my YouTube hood viral moment. Definitely ain't looking for it. Definitely don't need it. But I think it's going to come out on its own. But I'm going to keep it in my back pocket for now. I'm going to keep it in my back pocket for now. Just know, people are frauds on here. That's all I'm going to say, y'all. People are frauds. Don't believe them when they talk. People are frauds. And I'm not talking about frauds like on here. They're frauds in their real life. Oh man, I knew it was true. When I was reading that shit, I knew that shit was true. I seen it because I already saw it. I wasn't even surprised. Just like, man, I knew you was lying. I'm like, yo, I knew you was lying the whole time you was talking. I knew you lying. I know you lying like a bitch. Mm-mm. A certain way. Nope. Nope. All right, ladies and gentlemen. When I left my son's mother, tough pill to swallow, but I had to wear it. Yeah. I mean, listen, relationships are not. I mean, some relationships end. There's gonna be a little heartbreaks, a little hard moments. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. You're gonna go through. I'm like, damn, I miss you. Like, we're gonna go through it, but guess what? Life is still gonna go on. 6 months later, you may meet a new friend or whatever. Just all I say is, from the time that you had a breakup, and let's say a person that you really like, I do think it's healthy that you take that time get your mental. I don't think you should just rush into. That's the problem. We rush into new relationships to try to find something new, and we ain't get that old cycle out of them. So then all the problems that erupted, that's triggering for the last relationship, the new person, all they gotta do is something small and it's gonna trigger it. See, it's not really the person who's doing something that's the problem. It's just the actions of that person may trigger something from that person in the past. And since they did not have enough self-awareness to identify and talk about the source of that trigger, they sweep it under the rugs. And this may start from childhood. They sweep it under the rug, they sweep it under the rug, they hide it for years and years and years, to the point where they haven't addressed it. So we're bringing these traumas from childhood and adult relationship, and all the adult other party has to do is do or say something that triggers that emotion that was buried deep from childhood, and then all hell breaks loose. Because love, the feeling of love, that's a feeling that fades. So we talk about love based on you got to keep me feeling in a state of love. That's impossible, because there are going to be some days where your partner gets on your nerves. Going to be some days where you had an argument. It's going to be some days where y'all probably ain't talking for a day or two. Going to be some days where you're not always going to be in the feeling of love. But too many people base love off the feeling. I base love off the act. Do you know, this is how you know when someone loves you? Normally, you wake up in the morning and your spouse cooks breakfast for you every morning, whether it's before work or on the days off, cooks religiously. Unless, probably wake up late or something, but normally they cook breakfast. And let's say the night before, y'all had a disagreement. Normally, I don't like to go to bed without resolving the issues from the day, but let's just say y'all go to bed without resolving the issues. Now, let's say you wake up, you wake up, feel like someone was cooking. You go in there and the kitchen is cleaned off, but you can still smell the aroma like someone was cooking. You open the microwave and your plate is in there. That person loves you. That person loves you. Because that person's love is it's that act, not feeling. Because when she went to sleep, she wasn't in the feeling of love. That person loves you. I would hang on to that person. This is when a person's love is centered around feeling. You go to sleep, same scenario. You wake up in the morning, you smell the food. What's going on? You open the microwave, ain't nothing in there. You see the pots that was used to cook breakfast. Let's say the kids ate the girl, you ain't eat. That person's love is conditional. And they're only going to do things if you keep them feeling in love. That person is the type of person that's going to leave the family and mortgage the family for that person's happiness. That's a person who I wouldn't count sticking around through thick and thin. It's little shit like that that's going to paint the biggest pictures. Remember, it's the details in the pictures that bring the pictures out. It's the shading. It's the little details. That's what makes the picture a picture. You got to pay attention to the small stuff, y'all. You got to pay attention to the small stuff. The little things matter. The little things matter. The little things matter. And if you have in these relationships and you find you and your spouse bumping heads a lot lately, there's nothing wrong. And fellas, hey, I noticed that we've been bumping heads. And what's going on? Let's talk about it like adults. I'm not saying you wrong. Don't say I'm right. Let's just talk about our feelings. We don't have to get overexcited. We're just having the conversations. I'll let you go. I'm not gonna cut you off. Just when I talk, just don't cut me off. Just let me finish. Let's just get it out. But just get it out right now. See, that conversation should be had right there. The conversation like that shouldn't be had when you are angry and mad. Now you want to tell the truth about shit that you could have told me 3 months ago. And it's a goddamn shame that the only time most adults can be truthful is when they're mad. Oh, when a person's mad at you, they're going to tell you the truth. Oh, they're going to tell you the truth and they mad. And then when it all comes out, then you'll realize, like, damn, you've been harboring this shit for like 3 months. You've been harboring this. So you've been walking around me, all the fake I love yous and this, and really in the back of your mind, you really think like this? God damn it, that's woo. Now, and you know, that's a normal course for a lot of people. And you mean to tell me that just because there's no perfect relationship, and let's say, bam, snap a finger, and you with the man that you all want these other men to be, or your dream man, you mean to tell me that if you haven't worked on that, and that's been a normal course of actions your whole entire adult life, you mean to tell me that that has become your habits? You've done this so much repetition, it becomes your habit, and you do it without even thought now, which now becomes part of your character, part of who you are. You mean to tell me you're not going to do that with the man of your dreams? Come on, man. Come on, man. You ain't got me fooled. You ain't got me. You mean to tell me you're not going to do that with the so-called man of your dreams when this is part of your natural habits when you do? And you've been doing it consistently for years? And you ain't work on it, you ain't try to identify it, you don't even recognize it's there, and all of a sudden, all it takes is just this man of your dreams, and you're not going to do it? You really expect me to believe that? Okay. All right. 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 But they want us to believe that shit, they'll turn right into Cinderella. As soon as the right man just comes, I'm already ready. Oh, what you see every day, that ain't nothing. That's just because of them. But the right man, I'm going to flip the switch and you'll see a totally new behavior. Granted, I've been acting like this for the last 15 years. So I'm going to throw 15 years of normal behavior, things that I do that I don't even think about anymore, which is naturally who I am, which is part of my character. And I'm going to take 15 years of repetition and I'm going to throw 15 years of repetition in the habits of things that I do without even thought, the habit all the way because I'm with the man of my dreams. Right. Right. But I'm not supposed to be focusing on that. Forgot. The red pill men are the problem. The red pill men are all the problems of the world. Y'all, your home is not armed stay. Hold on. Let me disarm it.
Your home is now disarmed. Ready to arm. Your home is now armed stay.
There we go. So, uh, uh like, are we really supposed to really trust that? Only reason why I wouldn't trust it, because if that's what you've been doing for the past 15 years and you've been doing it without thought, that's just who you are at this point. Even if you wanted to change who you are, you would have to replace that habit with a new way of thinking. And you haven't done it in 15 years. I'm the new guy. Me, I can't, I can't outdo 15 years of what you've been doing naturally. It's just who you are. But they want us to believe that, oh, that's just gonna snap a finger, just gonna change. See, I read a lot of books, and a lot of books that I focused on when I was in the feds was the human psychology, how the human brain works, the five love languages, dating, relationships, the psychology of it, the science of it. So it's and these are written by doctors, PhDs, and people, but I'm, just not saying 100% of everything saying is adequate, but I do understand the difference between love being a feeling and love as an act. It's harder to love as an act because there's going to be moments when you don't feel in love with your partner, but you're still doing the act of love. You know how much of sucking up your pride and ego that takes? Do they not know that most men want to make their women happy? Most men get a joy out of providing for their family, get the joy out of them lady asking them for something, them being able to provide it. They get a joy out of the lady feeling secure and content, and having a good day. Probably went out shopping, just had a good day, and knowing that she can trust and lead. Do you know that that motivates the man to go out there and do it more and more and grow and do more every day? So you really pretty much you're going to get whatever you ask. So really you are leading the relationship for real, but can you not let him know that you need it? Can you leave from the back seat? Can you at least understand the nature of a man, of his leadership and his being the head of the household, and stop trying to snap away and pick and nitpick at his pride and ego and just let him be a man and not treat him like your son? Do you know that men don't like to fight for dominance and supremacy in his own house? And you know that the more that you get behind your man and stroke his ego and let him feel like he is that nigga, that he's gonna go out there and try to slay the dragon for you? Just a simple bragging about your man to your friends. Do you know how much of an ego boost that is for him? I'm about to go out there and make 20K, man. And knowing that, hey, babe, he's gonna give it to you. Do y'all not know how to work the man in your favor? Come on, man. Yeah. Yo, ladies, ladies, come on, man. Y'all don't know how we think. That's just because they don't understand us. That's the problem. Ladies, if these ladies really knew how to use their power effectively, there would not be, they wouldn't have these issues. They don't understand man and don't know how to use their power effectively. Yeah, he in the driver's seat, but you really run a relationship where y'all eventually want to move. He's going to acquiesce to what you're saying. What you want, he's going to make sure you have, and he's going to be glad to do it, all because you are keeping him in that position of power. You are making him feel like a man. You're not trying to take digs at his pride and ego. Lady, the shit is way easier than what y'all making it. It's easier. It's way easier. And it's not even. some type of psychological thing. Men are naturally inclined to provide. That's I'm trying to get y'all to see. It's like it's in our DNA. It's our nature. It's in our wiring. We get joy out of providing for our family. That's just the natural nature thing. That's just what we do. Now that's just like, do y'all not understand that that's the cheat code to men? We are not the hardest to please. Y'all know we not the hardest to please. Stomach fed, balls empty, making them feel like a king. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Give him some little right morning before work. He gonna double skip out the house. All right, baby. See you later. Knowing the nature of a man, knowing his sexual urges, sexual needs. You don't have to withhold sex from him when you're mad, using it as a weapon. That builds up frustration and resentment in a man. See, they always talk about just the man cheating. But if I had a crystal ball and I can be a fly on the wall from the past 6 months to it led up to him cheating, I guarantee you it wasn't a situation to which they told it. And then the reasons why they leave, it's always it was toxic. I had to get away. So they want us to believe, now for real, I give the same story out all the time, that they always use some type of, now I'm not going to credit it, because there have been some abusive relationships and domestic violence, and ladies, yeah, you got to get the fuck on. It's just not safe for you. You got to get the fuck on. I, I you got my full support there. You got to get on. Because if you keep staying, it could grow into something. No, that's not healthy, especially if you got kids. You got to get the fuck on. He shouldn't, especially if ain't like you attacking him with a knife or nothing, something traumatic. He got to defend it. If it ain't that, then come on now. It shouldn't. It should never get there. See, that's the problem. It got there. It should never have gotten there. And fellas, it is our job to kind of lead these conversations. Women, these are part of being a leader. We got to lead these conversations with our women. We got to lead the uncomfortable conversations. Women are not just going to come out with these uncomfortable conversations. You got to guide them into it. Set the tone. Make sure they have free ground, feel safe space to be open. Yeah, these are the uncomfortable conversations that you're going to have with your spouse. You're going to have these conversations at some point. It's better to have it like in moments of everything's chill, instead of having it in moments when the energy is charged and you just had a big argument, because some shit may slip out of your mouth that you probably want to take back, but you can't now because you said it. And all it takes is that one dagger to that pride and ego, and it changes the dynamics of the relationships. He will never get over it. I don't give a fuck how much you make up. He's never going to forget that shit you said that hurt his pride ego. He will never forget it. He's never going to forget it. Yes, there was something lacking. Yeah, something. That's what I'm saying. It should never. That's what I'm saying. Like, it should never get there. It says, say the exact words to many females is the use the power of the divine feminine that they feel when protecting and safe. That comes naturally to when they are protected. I did the showing the power of the P, and it's not just there are 8 powerful P's women should have. Well, I'm going to view, Kevin, that's an absolute fact too. That's a fact too, bro. Realistic vibes. I'm actually going to watch that video, and I may react to that video To be honest with you, I may react to it because that is, I'm telling you, yeah, it's they want it to be hard because they want it to be a war. Yeah, they have half the power if they give it, they get it. That's what I'm saying. That's what I be, and that's the part that I be looking. I'm like, y'all don't know what type of power y'all have for real. Y'all know what type of power y'all have. My wife literally gets everything she asks for. There's never a no. Like she literally gets it. And she knows how to, I don't know. Yeah, ladies, y'all know what I'm talking. Lips about you know what y'all know. So I be looking at them like that's like y'all don't understand what y'all have. Y'all understand the type of power y'all have. Like it's in a man's nature. Look at in the nature. Look at nature. Look at the power the females have in mating season. You see them bulls, them buffalo, they be out there, Ramses fighting for hours behind them. And what she doing? She just sitting back watching who win. She just sitting back watching. They'll be out there mating season. It gets real in the animal kingdom and mating season, boy. They out there fighting all day, hours. So that's when I sort of when I look at it, I kind of I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out like. You tuning in? Oh, you asleep? You sure? All right. My sandwich still in there. I think I'm gonna eat that when I'm done with this. I'm gonna eat that when I'm done with it. When I'm done with the live. So when I uh man, yo, I listen, I can't really speak too much from a woman's side. I can only give it to y'all from the male side. And the only thing I can really say is that I think the I don't think you understand the power y'all got or like how to use it effectively. I don't know, but it's just like y'all making it way harder. And I think the ones who are thinking and acting like that don't understand men. They don't understand men. I just don't think they have an understanding. These things where like you see men through the lens of society and like your mommy and auntie's experiences, the prior experiences, not through the essence on how to navigate through it. I just think you just see them as like it's like a man equals bad. Prime example. Uh, somebody said it the other day, and he made perfectly good sense. Angry man. He said the male versus bear talking point. He said the male versus bear talking point. So basically, I heard a lot of people, well, I heard quite a few women say that they would rather be in the woods with a bear more instead of a man. Now, there's some key points right there. And I think it was, what was the overall context? Was the essay the overall context they was talking about in that scenario, or they were just saying just in general? Because the way that I see it, and it made sense that the only way that it would make logical sense that you would rather be in the woods with a bear instead of a man is just that you think every man on earth walking wants to do harm to you. Like that's the only way it makes sense. You think every man walking on planet Earth wants to SA you, wants to do harm to you, wants to bring you down, wants to commit violence upon you. That's the only way it works logically. Because do you think that if you seen a bear in the woods and she just gave birth and her cubs are in the brush, and you know how the female bears are when their cubs are around, they get super aggressive. Do you think that that bear is not going to charge you just because you're a woman? And what's the first thing if you was in the woods with a man and that bear come charging? Who do you want to take the lead or try to distract the bear? The same man that you think wants to do harm to you. You see how that works? Because I, that's the only thing I can come with, because you never said being in the woods. Would you rather be in the woods with a good man or the bear? You know, they never talk or identify what type of man they're talking about. They never have these stuff when they say good. You notice that they never see good man. Do you notice how the good man just gets looked over? They don't even talk about him. Do you know how they will be in the chat, talk all the shit about the low functioning male, but then somebody will say, "Well, shit, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm taking my kids. I got this, got this. I'm doing this every day." Do you notice how there'll be no comment to that? I mean, there'll be nothing. No, congratulations, keep it up. At least you better than these. Nothing. Just nothing. Just nothing. Skip right over. Beep. Right back to it. I know it may seem small and minute, but that tells a bigger story. They don't care about being with the men that's up there. They know they can't be with those men up there. They know they're not equipped to be with those men. So the only men that you have left to talk about are the same men that you done shared your experience with. That's just what it boils down to. I'm sorry. You never hear them talking about men of means, men of substance. You never hear them talk about them. Right. That's right. They always want the men that don't want them. That's right. Red lipstick vibes. God damn it, girl. You're absolutely right. And I don't care whether you're a man or a woman. Let's just be honest with it. I'm just a moment of honest, moment of clarity, y'all. And we about to go after this because it's almost 12 o'clock and I got to go. I've been on here way longer because I had about 5 cups of my mixed drink. That's the only reason I'm on here like this. But I appreciate y'all who's been rocking out more and more. Please come back more, man. I got a lot more information coming, a lot more informative stuff. You know, we have some funny moments on here. We do reaction videos and shit. We cut up over here too now. Shit get funny as hell now. But I appreciate y'all that rock with me, the Untouchables, Fatty. Appreciate you, Fatty. Appreciate you, Uncle Rick, everybody, the whole Untouchables. Appreciate y'all for stopping, stupid dude. About goddamn time. Told y'all I don't be on no bullshit. Like I'm just a straight shooter. Like I come from the old school, y'all. I come from the old school. Like my family, like my grandmother just told her how it is. I know how them grandmoms are. They just grandfather. They just told her how it is. That's where I come from. Like I was never like, I ain't gonna say this. I don't want to. Even when I was a kid, I used to get in so much trouble. 'Cause I just always tell her how it is. Like I I no, I just don't know how to sugarcoat anything, and I think that comes off as the wrong way. And I think that they people get a misunderstanding of me because like I'm very comfortable in my own skin. I'm confident in who I am. I'm comfortable with who I am. I have no problems being me, and I'm not going to change being who I am. Like it's too late for that. You should have got me probably like when I'm like 21, 22. Like I'm like I'm knocking on the door of 40. This is what you see is what you get. Sorry, what you see is what you get. Now, of course, moving into the next decade and stuff, gonna. But I don't know. I don't know how to be faking for y'all. Like I'm sorry, I don't know how to get along of what they say fit in. I don't know how to fit in. If I fit in with you, you gonna like me because this is who I am. But one thing that you will know as time goes along, I'm not no fake 50 ass nigga. I'm not gonna be we saying what's up, realistic vibes this week, then be on the panel, and then a girl just start talking about realistic vibes, and I stay quiet. I don't come up to you like, ho, nah, the fuck you talking about? She cool as a bitch. Oh, I don't know what the fuck you talking about. Nah, why, nah. Hold on. I'm about to get her up here. Say it to her face. Or defend her. Nah, I don't know what the fuck you talking about. She cool as a bitch. I don't know what type of hating shit you on. Like that fake 50 shit that be going around. You fucking with someone. Next time you turn around, they talking about you on the panel, but the person that's fucking with you ain't saying nothing. Not defending your name, it ain't their presence. Yeah, you won't catch me doing no sucker shit like that. I guarantee you gonna realize I'm consistent. You know what you getting from me. I'm not no wishy-washy motherfucker. I am who I am. I'm very consistent. You're gonna get the same me. You're not gonna get no different types of bullshit. Now you may get different versions because I'm a Gemini, but you're gonna get this. You're gonna get the same essence. You're not gonna get. I'm not the type that's gonna hold something against you because we had an argument 3 months ago on the panel. Now I see you. Now I'm acting like a little bitch. Nah. After that day of the panel, that shit is out of my memory. If I see you the next time, hey, what's up? What's up? All right, cool. Not no petty ass holding grudges over bullshit. But one thing, most things, you're not gonna catch me on anyone's panel that's talking shit about any of the untouchables, especially ones that I fuck with, and I don't say nothing. I don't jump in. I don't like, hold on now. When it's my turn to speak, I don't address it. Because I'm not a friend of everybody. Now, I may be cool, maybe cordial with some people, but I know where I'm at the end of the day. I'm the new coach. I'm new coach of Empire. That's my mob. And in that sector of the space, the Untouchables is my mob. I know where I'm at for real. But I could be cordial with other people. I could be cool with other people. But when it's time to pick a side, I know I know which sides. See, most people ain't gonna pick. You got to pick a side at some point. But that don't mean you gotta. You can. You can do whatever you want. But y'all know the fucking etiquettes. Y'all know what I'm saying. Thomas, what's up?
Yeah. Pop it. That's right. What up?
What's up, man? Yeah, y'all know what the fuck it is, man. We just about to get these last few minutes out of here because you should have came up a long time ago, man. But
Nah, yeah. No, I got you.
yeah, you should. Y'all can, and I dropped the link, man. Y'all can come up, man. Y'all can give y'all points if y'all think I'm wrong, if y'all want to add something to it. I don't know. Like I may not have been right on everything I'm saying tonight. I may have been off. I'm not trying to be perfect anyway. I'm not trying to act like I'm a wizard. I know everything. I just can
Nah,
pretty
it's your
much.
perspective.
I just go, yeah, but my experience and perspective, that's the only thing I can go by. I can't go by nothing that, I don't have information on or in my experience. Prime example. I cannot, prime example, is that just like me saying, because my experiences with a few women in the past, they're liars, they're not truthful. So my interaction with realistic vibes, I'm automatically thinking she's a liar and not truthful. Won't I look crazy? Won't I sound fool? I don't even know the woman. But I'm already indicting her
Right.
for shit that she had nothing to do with. Yes, yeah. You get what you get what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
but but basically what I'm trying to say, bro, is you there's 7 billion people on the planet. Obviously, we've never experienced every woman in the world. So we
Right.
really don't know what every woman in the world's like. So when we talk about women, it can only be limited to our experiences, right? I mean,
Right.
what else can you use? I don't know what it's like to be Rihanna. I don't like to be with a girl from Bangladesh. I don't like to know what it's like to be with a girl from Saudi Arabia. I don't know what it's like to be with a girl from Brazil. Like,
Right.
so how do I know that? How can I say all women unless I experience all women in the world? But the problem I get that when people say all men or all women, they're leaving out the fact that that part where all women I dealt with, all women I experienced, all women I used to deal with. I don't know why is that conveniently left out.
Right.
Like that, like why is that conveniently left out? That's very unfair. It's unfair. It's like it's it's borderline ludicrous. Like it's very like what? Like you ain't never even been with everybody. You ain't never. How do you know this?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like the trauma is serious, bro, and that's why we focus the way we focus in the new culture, bro. That's why we do it because, bro, I'm telling you, man, you they talking about building communities and bro, what my community consists of multiple races, multiple walks of life. My community is not limited to one race. I have bowed out of that community. Now my community still consists of black people, but my community is also I've also incorporated all walks of life in my community. I'm telling you, bro, it's shit.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, yeah, I incorporate all walks of life in my community.
Yeah. I mean that's kind of like you know they always say like, oh, don't forget where you come from. Yeah, I'm not gonna forget who I am when I walk in the room. I know what the stereotypes is. I know what the prejudgments are. But I'm gonna give everybody the same opportunity, and if they respect me, I respect them, and that's just how it's supposed to be.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Like, bro, I had plenty excuses, bro. I could have came home blaming the government. I could have come home blaming a man. I could have came home blaming the people that told on me. I could have came home bitter. I had a million and one reasons to blame, bro. I never blame nobody else, even though if it wasn't for those people that getting me locked, that told, I would have never got locked up. I still ain't blame those people, bro. I came home, I blame my motherfucking self. Because if I didn't put myself in that position, then they wouldn't have had the opportunity to do what they did. And this wouldn't have happened. I started all with self. But the problem that I see, and you probably see too, that most people, and I can't say everyone, but most from what I see, the blame is always shot the other way, and there's no type of accountability on self. It's just not, I mean, even if the accountability is, why am I inviting these people into my energy, my space? Why are these people playing a major role in my universe? Why am I attracting these people? That's some accountability. Why am I attracting it? And I think they know this. Come on, Darren, what's the
Yep.
old saying? You are who you attract, right? You see what I'm
Absolutely.
saying?
Right.
Everybody is. Nobody's immune from that. It's not gender specific. It's universal law. And that reality, you are who you attract. That goes against people's pride and ego, because some people pride and ego got them thinking they're way up here. But if
Right.
you look at the results, if you look at the outcomes, remember, we could think highly of ourselves all we want. And as people, we tend to all think highly of ourselves. I mean, come on. Well, I mean, I wouldn't expect nothing less. But
Yeah,
there's
that's
a
how we
difference.
sell ourselves.
Exactly. Come on now. But
Yeah.
there's a difference between thinking highly of yourselves and you somewhat got results to kind of, you know, sell you on that versus all your results is just bottom of the barrel, dead in relationships.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like, I
You
mean, you
you
can
could just
think
be
however
yeah, you're
yeah.
being
Go ahead.
delusional at like a certain point, just like, okay, we understand you got confidence, but come on, bro, you're not gonna date Holly Berry. You know what I mean? Like, there's multiple reasons why that's not gonna happen. But I mean, it's a
Yep.
natural,
Are they
it's a
speaking in
natural thing.
general or on a personal level? I think they're speaking on a personal level, but disguising as general. That's all it is. That's all it is. All right. Hey, Derek, I gotta go. I
Yeah.
appreciate you coming up for a little bit. Hey, we're going to link we're gonna link back up. I think Sunday we're gonna have the 56F class Sunday.
Yeah.
So be prepared. Excuse me. Monday, I'll have that thing to you. I know what you're
Yeah.
talking about. Yeah,
No.
yeah.
Yeah.
I
Don't
had that
mind.
thing to you
Yeah.
to the financial agency. Yeah, that agreement. I just need you to send me the agency who you're doing the agreement with. It could be one of your EINs or whatever. You feel me?
Yeah.
And then I need just to send me in Telegram what specific assets, or do you want me to put it together? Talking about the proceeds from this, you're assigning it over to that, the general one.
It's gonna be set up for the business so that I can do like a general, and then I could just reference that, if that makes sense.
Okay, I got you. So make it general for the business.
Yeah, because I still got to do
Okay,
my initial stuff, and then I
okay,
still got other stuff that I'm trying to send out.
I
But
got you. I got you.
yeah, you
I
know what I
got you.
mean?
Yep, just give me the EIN and the business name, and
Okay.
I'll have that to you. You'll have that Monday by like 12 o'clock.
Yeah, no worries.
I got you, bro.
Dude, okay, one more thing before you leave, real quick.
Yep.
I sent you some crazy stuff. It's something that we've already talked about, and I already know you've already. I know you, bro. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
just please, I know it might be painful. Whenever you get a chance, just look at it, because what I sent you a screenshot of, it
Yeah.
relates to it. That's like kind of where I referenced it from, but this was like 2018, 2019.
Yeah, I ain't gonna pass no
Yeah.
judgment. I know what you're talking about now. I'll just all right. I'll just take a look at it. I already know that's all the
Hey,
shit old in
but
the past. Yeah, I got you, bro. As long
yeah,
as you know
yeah.
moving forward. But all that shit that you already did, it's already done. I really ain't got too much to say about that.
No,
It's
no,
already done.
this is for M&A. I'll just say that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I got you. I
But
got you.
anyways, yeah, you have a good
Hey,
night, bro.
all right, appreciate you, bro. Hey, thank y'all everybody for tuning in, man. Y'all tuning into the New Culture Empire, man. Thank y'all for popping off. And I want to give a special shout out to all the Untouchables who pulled up, showed some love. Fatty, I know you sent them. I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate everybody, and I will get back with y'all when I get back with y'all. Y'all pull back up again, man. We're gonna do more shit, man. We're gonna have a lot of fun, and you're gonna learn some shit over here too. So run it up.
Slide. Half the niggas got a face looking for him, nah, they ain't gon' lie. Bitch, nigga, I'm spinning. Put your ass in that blender. Got a cartwheel in this tech. You know the dog gon' flip it. Stack to the ceiling, it's right when the bitches the rapper to get me. Blow it up back with the Simmons. That all on the back of the Simmons. What I get for the single look like it's double guarantee, I'm a triple that. Bands out the ass, they go triple stack. I got different pass like the nickel back. My niggas gon' try to be stacking. Get a drop that we ask me attacking. You just give me a week and flip over like the pissy side of a mattress. Got the raw in the shipments. Cold as a bitch, got us all in the building. Jumping all on the stairwell. Only move for the women and children. It's the feeling, the wake of the money. Counting that bad while you only get bloody. Your bitch in the bed and she sleep. You ain't tripping at 6 in the morning. The phone is still ringing. Hello? The money is calling. 20 minutes. The money is calling. Just made a band while I'm yawning. Okay. Bro, niggas are speaking of bonics. Get it, bag it. Get it, bag it. Get it, bag it. Get it, bag it. Red in my car like a bracket. Bag it. Red in my car like a bracket. Blue diamonds on wrist like I'm cracking. I located, dropped and attack it. Taking everything out, then we stack it. Counting fists off the cash vaults. Working niggas with the band salt. I know he think he get the whole thing. We just triple right the head block. We just coming in the glass jar. The trappers moving like a NASCAR. Like a trap me. The cannon that come with attachments. Ray, that's how you nigga like Maxis. With bliss a nigga with the full package. Dogs bigger than the bull massive. We flexing, that's a nigga straight at it. He ain't stacking, got a straight jacket. Go rollies on wrist, no ticks. You got 50 niggas with no licks. 30 shit sounds like a kilo. Line you up with the whole brick. Get it, bag it. Get it, bag it. Get it, bag it. Get it, bag it. Red in my car like a bracket. Blue diamonds on wrist like I'm cracking. The located dropped and attacking. Taking everything out to be stacking.
drop a 10 in it, bitch. We tryna win in this shit. Yeah. Hey. Skirt.
Said a man couldn't get what she needs, so the fall is the best on the league. Everything is on me, she pull up in the X, I took off in the Z. Put all of my dogs on their feet, now they stand on their two, took them off of the leash. Heard your dog bit the cheese, it cost nothing to get in the talk, it was cheap. Double out Phantom, 3,500 my Dana. All my bitches are trophies. I hang them all in a mantle. She got a toe like a camel, keeping it wax like a candle. Now fucking her random, said it is sweet, and I want to sample. Nail her to this bed when I whip out this hammer. She pee my bites when I handle the smoke. Have my dick in her mouth for my pants at the floor. She know it ain't sweet 30, hang out the stick. It be long as it let make a stand by the door. Yeah, she like my 40, she hang on my hip. Shorty's nature is naughty, she think about this. Should've watched all the words before they came out your lip. We gon' choke till we blue in the face like a critic. Caught your bitch out that head, that's a pick off. Treat your head like the deal that you signed, get it ripped off. Still gonna make the bitch jump like a tip off. If it's up, it's gon' stay in the air like a kick off. Acrobat dope, it gon' flip off the stove. NBA with these hoes, when I pick them, they roll. Headshot, leaving shit all on the road. A trunk full of bitches and all of them go. Said a man couldn't get what she needs, so the fall is the best time to leave. Everything is on me, she pull up in the X, I took off in the Z. Put all of my dogs on their feet, now they stand on their two, took them off of the leash. Heard your dog with the cheese, it was nothing to get him to talk, it was cheap. Say he stand on the business, let's sit him down. Shit, we gon' land in the day, then we send him out. He double back for the work, that's an end around. We do not keep all that here, let's go in the town. Open the trunk in a minute. Duffel bag look like it's stuffed with a bitch. Double up 44 bricks, cause the last time we ran through the 22 bursts like he Emmett. Got the digital scales for the digits. Grease on that pass, can I smell what it's in it? We spin it at midnight, he can't tell who hit him. Ain't diamonds, ain't sticking, can't tell if he missing. Get the Russian like it's coffee. If I make a call, they flying in like rockets. Houston, Texas, T, it got me flick the wrist. I whip it still up all like hard. Counting numbers like a mathematician. All the verses jumping out the magic kitchen. Trappers get it, keep the ratchet with me. We gon' drag them stripping down like Magic City. She get the geek and start to tweak it. Really feed the dick until she overdose. Coast to coast where the money goes. Up and down when she on the pole. Said a man couldn't get what she needs, so the fall's the best on the league. Right now, everything is on me. She pull up in the X, I took off in the Z. Put all of my dogs on their feet, now they stand on their two, took them off of the leash. Heard your dog bit the cheese, it was nothing. Yeah. Yeah, I know what it is, nigga. You don't know what you know about now. Like I said, nigga, I don't even here to make no motherfucking friends. Gonna be buddy rappers with niggas. Man, this bitch should have money, nigga. That motherfucking money. That's the only thing that moves. I don't give a fuck about nothing but that bad, nigga. And racks, nigga. And stacks, nigga. Any means necessary, nigga. By any means, nigga. That man about to drop me half a thing all right now, nigga. Nigga, I can't wait, nigga. Let's get it. He just wanna stack in the lean, nigga. Dead in the dish. Okay, I let you know. Them kids got a lot of them cutters, got legs in the end. Oh no, don't play with the folks. He whipping that pots and that nigga in love with them trays. Woo, like he fuck with the lopes. Every dollar that I'm touching, he blood on my hands. Jumping his blood on the dope. Yeah, we ballin' these stacks that I jumped out the gym. Hey, rubber band stopped in the bands. I got stacks in my hands, it's in K on the strips. Hey, bitch got her face in my lap. Hey, I'm blowing it straight out the zip. Hey, they ain't no shaking these packs. Hey, and never a day able to say. Yeah. Dropping the brick in the shit, hey, they got that lick in my wrist, hey, we take the scale out the fish, yeah, bitch you can tell that we rich, yeah, I got these niggas on skates, look at these niggas, they hate, they mad that bitches are rolling, and them bitches come with no bricks, yeah, and we gonna come at you straight with a drum and they can't make you run like you Drake, yeah, diamonds are cold as a freezer, but big as the ice as I come on the tray, yeah, hang from the neck, got it dripping, yeah, follow the trail to the kitchen, yeah, they pull up rocks at the pot and they chopping the blocks, but they dope but they sifting, yeah, they got a blended, they shifting, I'm fucking my bitch and her sister, yeah. Well, half of my knobs and they splinter. Yeah, they eating this dick up for dinner. Yeah, throwing them stacks on them strippers. Yeah, can only do that if you winning. Yeah, and if it's stacks that you getting, then you gotta lay the bitch stacks to the ceiling. Let's get it. He just wanna stack in the lean, nigga, dead in the dish. Okay, I let you know. Them kids got a lot of them cutters, got legs in the end. Oh no, don't play with them folks. He whipping that pots and that nigga in love with them trays. Woo, like he fuck with the lopes. Every dollar that I'm touching, he blood on my hands. Jumping his blood on the dope. Yeah, we ballin' these stacks that I jumped out the gym. Hey, rubber band stopped in the bands. I got stacks in my hands, it's in K on the strips. Hey, bitch got her face in my lap. Hey, I'm blowing it straight out the zip. Hey, they ain't no shaking these packs. Hey, and never a day able to sit. Hey, step out the whip and they look at my way. I just look at her. Put some bands on his book for my nigga that just threw the book at her. I'm I'm trying to get me a quart on the plate. The devils just look at it. Hey, bro, niggas, but get out her face. Your bitch trying to look at me. Trapping the best of the jeweler. The chopper too don't leave the ruler. I'm checking in time on a mule. And they should be landing in Cuba. 10 racks on the pack if we move with the put the 10 racks on your head and you shoot it. Then chopper like cycles is lighter than Michael and move with Jackson with the Ruger. They come with a mask on like Jason and snatching your bricks and they break down ace out the keys. They taking it all, won't leave you with nothing, not even an eighth for you to keep. Who said we walking, just look at the fleet. Ain't doing no talking, reach under the seat. Nigga, you stink like a bum in the heat. We can like chances 100 a week. Yeah. He just wanna stack in the lead, nigga, dead in the dish. Okay, I let you know. Them kids got a lot of them cutters, got legs.
Roll it, dash, water, splash, go get 200, that's on it. Dash, we stunned. Okay. DV niggas ain't running. Checking it with who you frontin'. Send 100 things with the runners. I know 5-star bloods, no stunners. I got DC niggas with the cutters. My niggas bang blue, we coming. Spin the whole block in the hatchback, nigga. Point files on the streets, we flooding. 100 grand calls on the throwaway, nigga. Talking about commas. Black girls, bitch, be bad. Broke bitches getting no money. Broke niggas getting no money. Run it up, talk about numbers. Bad boy, no Diddy, I been that nigga. Rolls Royce culling and bending that nigga. Split 2 times with the drillers. I'm up one standing on business, my nigga. Bitch got hair like a Barbie. Okay, waiting for me in the lobby. Liddy, claiming that whore's your wife? Never. The bitch used to be my thotty. Hey, bringing them sticks to the party. Holding up the wall, looking for a body. Suit that flow sound like a robber. Got dope in the drink, they nodding. No cake in the front of just Molly. Going up all night off Molly. She eat the whole team up gobble. All gas, no brakes, just throttle. I move like an earthquake. Your bitch got a bird brain. And I'm shitting on you niggas. Yeah, at the bottom of the bird cage. I eat a cake like a birthday. She let me drink when it's Thursday. Okay, I met her on a Monday. Was on the pussy on the third day. Dash, water, splash, go get 200, that's on it. Dash, we stunned. Okay, DV niggas ain't running. Checking it with who you frontin'. Send 100 things with the runners. I know 5-star bloods, no stunners. I got DC niggas with the cutters. My niggas bang blue, we coming. Spin the whole block in the hatchback, nigga. Point files on the streets, we flooding. 100 grand calls on the throwaway, nigga. Talking about commas. Black girls, bitch, be bad. You broke bitches getting no money. You broke niggas getting no money. Run it up, talking about.
No pressure, nah, I ain't feeling no pressure. No, I ain't stunting her, man. She wanna get on top shit, I'ma let her. Come here. With this street code, I abide to the letter. It's just me against me, I ain't feeling no pressure. There's no hoes bar with the shit, nigga, everything gon' go. Hoes come to see me, I miss a heart and hustle up with the flow. I used to stand in the crowd, but now I'm the star of the show. My 10 in the field of play, I know you niggas looking down at my toes. I'm only smoking, no pressure. I'm digging graves with the shovel. Just like Pac in my nigga bags, you should know Liddy be a rebel. They watch the corner for a stat. My little nigga be the lookout. You broke that shit embarrassing. Like the drunk uncle at the cookout. My 10 down, you got a foot out. I fuck my bitch, never pull out. A bitch drowning my drip flicker, she gon' feel the stain from my wrist. You disrespect on that click. I put the tech on your lips. No handouts, they gon' go get it litty, cut a check for quick. No pressure, nah, I ain't feeling no pressure. No, I ain't stunting her, man. She wanna get on top shit, I'ma let her. With this street code, I abide to the letter. It's just me against me, I ain't feeling no pressure. There's no hoes bar with the shit, nigga, everything gon' go. Hoes come to see me, I miss a heart and hustle up with the flow. I used to stand in the crowd, but now I'm the star of the show. My 10 in the field of play, I know you niggas looking down at my toes. I ain't feeling no pressure, I do this shit in my sleep. I treat the hoes like a dog, want the bitches on a leash. I open up my palm, them tell the niggas come and eat. I got a kiss in my hand, can't tell me I ain't no peace. Lady counting his blessings, know he put me up on this level. My praise is up to the gods, but don't make me turn into a devil. I need to find that screw, cause I know my shit be loose. Went to sleeping on floors, now I'm trapping out of the booth. No pressure, nah, I ain't feeling no pressure. No, I ain't stunting her, man, she wanna get on top shit, I'ma let her. With this street code, I abide to the letter. It's just me against me, I ain't feeling no pressure. There's no hoes bar with the shit, nigga, everything gon' go. Hoes come to see me, I miss a heart and hustle up with the flow. I used to stand in the crowd, but now I'm the star of the show. My 10 in the field of play, I know you niggas looking down at my toes.
You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best. You're rocking with the best.